1 2 sound check 1 2. A very good afternoon to you. Welcome to today's proceedings of the Senate on this 11th day of September 2019. This is the third session of the 12th Parliament. This afternoon, the Registration of Persons Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 14 of 2019, will be read for the first time. This bill is courtesy of the nominated Senator, Senator Isaac Mwaura. The bill seeks to amend the Registration of Persons Act, Cap 107, and the Births and Deaths Registration Act, Cap 149, in order to make provision for the registration of persons born with both male and female reproductive organs. This will ensure that the registration of such intersex persons reflects their unique gender. The bill does not delegate legislative powers, nor does it limit fundamental rights and freedoms. The Kenya Sign Language Bill, Senate Bills number 15 of 2019, will also be read for the second time. This bill has been authored by the Senator Gertrude Musuruve and Senator Professor Margaret Kamar. The principal object of this bill is to provide for the use of sign language in judicial proceedings, schools and public institutions to ensure that deaf learners are given the same opportunities as all other learners to be productive members of the society. Article 110, subsection 2 of the Constitution designates human dignity, equity and social justice, inclusiveness, equality, human rights, non-discrimination and protection of the marginalized as national values and principles of governance. Further, Article 7, subsection 3b of the Constitution provides that the state shall promote the development and use of indigenous languages, Kenya Sign Language, Braille and other communication formats and technologies accessible to persons with disabilities. Similarly, Article 54, subsection 1d provides that a person with any disability is entitled to use sign language, Braille, or other appropriate means of communication. The Constitution, therefore, contemplates that public institutions shall put in place facilities to ensure the inclusion of deaf persons and the person who are hard of hearing in their processes. Clause 9 of the bill provides that the Cabinet Secretary responsible for matters relating to education may make regulations for the better carrying out of the provisions of the Act. The bill therefore delegates legislative powers to the Cabinet Secretary. The bill, however, does not limit fundamental rights and freedoms. Also in the order of business this afternoon is the motion on adoption of the report of the Mediation Committee on the Division of Revenue number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bills number 59 of 2019, that the Senate adopts the report of the Mediation Committee laid on the table of the Senate on Wednesday, 11th September 2019, and pursuant to Article 113 of the Constitution and Standing Order 161, subsection 3 of the Senate Standing Orders, approves the mediated version of the said bill. The Committee of the Whole House will sit and consider some proposed amendments to various bills here. The Retirement Benefits Deputy President and Designated State Officers Amendment Bill, that's a Senate Bill number 2 of 2018. The Election Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 33 of 2018. The Kenya Medical Supplies Authority Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 38 of 2018, the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 9 of 2019. There will be petitions which will be presented before the Senate this afternoon. And one of them is the report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries on the petition concerning challenges facing small-scale tea growers in the Kenya Tea Development Agency. This petition will be presented by the Chairperson, Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries. Petition to the Senate concerning challenges facing individuals with connective tissue disorders disease will be presented by Senator Dr. Isaac Mwaura. As well, there are 3 papers which will be laid on the table of the Senate. One, the report of the Mediation Committee on the Division of Revenue number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 59 of 2019, the report of the Sessional Committee on Delegated Legislation on the visit to Machakos and Kajiado counties, and the end-of-term report for the Controller of Budget for the period 2011-2019. Nominated Senator Dr. Isaac Mwaura will seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Health on the stalled construction of Thogoto Level 4 Hospital in Kiambu County. Nominated Senator Beatrice Komboka will seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations on the state of repair and refurbishment of police stations. If you're just joining us, the Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Kenneth Mokelo Luseka, has now stepped into the chambers. I will hand you over so that you can follow these proceedings courtesy of KBC and PBU. My name is Edward Kabasa. Good afternoon.
In so just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to present the following petition. Tissue Disorders Association on the challenges facing individuals with connective tissue disease. We, the undersigned citizens of Kenya, and in particular, persons with individual connective tissue disorders, draw the attention of the Senate to the following. 1, that there is little knowledge of autoimmune disease, especially in government facilities, due to complexity in diagnosis. Some patients are assumed to be feigning pain. 2, that the individuals are having difficulty in accessing quality healthcare since there are only 5 doctors in the country who can diagnose, treat, and manage these disorders. 3, that the undersigned have been having difficulty in acquiring health insurance, especially as individuals, since most insurance companies do not cover chronic illnesses such as autoimmune diseases. 4, that the disease is high maintenance because it involves buying of regular physiotherapy, diet, and medication. 5, that the disease results to regular sick off, resulting in poor performance at work, which limits growth professionally. 6, that we have made the best efforts to have the matters addressed by the relevant authorities, all of which have failed to give a satisfactory response. 7, that none of these issues raised in the petition is pending before any court of law, constitutional, or any other legal body. Therefore, your humble petitioners pray that the Senate investigates this matter and 1, initiates the subsidy of the price of medicine to a more affordable price. 2, intervene in the manner with a view to ensure that there are more qualified dermatological and rheumatological dermatologists and rheumatologists in all of the hospitals, especially at the district level, because the doctor-patient ratio is 1:100,000. 3, initiate the recognition of this group as persons with disabilities and therefore get tax exemption. 4, initiate the process for allocation of funds to carry awareness campaigns that will involve the government and private sector to understand the different conditions of the disorder and management of patients affected. And 5, intervene for the group to obtain a proper cover and the undersigned group under NHIF, like the case for cancer patients who get free drugs and chemotherapy.
Okay, honorable senators, pursuant to Standing Order 231, I shall now allow comments, observations, or clarifications in relation to the petition for not more than 30 minutes. Senator Musuruve.
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to pass my comments across. And Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Senator Mwaura for coming up with this petition with regard to autoimmune disease persons. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to issue of healthcare, it is a constitutional requirement that everyone actually has a right to get the right health care, has a right to be physically fit. And even for this nation, Mr. Speaker, when we have our citizens not being physically fit, then they'll not be productive. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say that even when we are talking about issues of physiotherapy for these people, there is need for subsidy so that they are at almost at zero cost, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I also want to comment that when it comes to issues of persons with disabilities, yes, awareness is important, but awareness alone is not enough. There is need for a practical solution to ensure that even when awareness is done, then this issue is addressed and brought to a stop for the purpose of inclusivity. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, there's need for the relevant authority to come in speedily and ensure that they're actually sorting out this issue, because we do not want to leave any citizen in this country behind. And also, Mr. Speaker, there's also need for the relevant authority to ensure that qualified medics are put in place for the purpose of inclusivity and for the purpose of ensuring that healthcare is reaching out to everybody, because healthcare is one of the big four agenda. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Senator Haji Farhia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. People with autoimmune diseases have, need a special care. For example, even lupus is one of the diseases that are autoimmune. First of all, some of these people, because of their health, even when they are professionally qualified to be able to be economically active, because of their condition, they are not able to do that. Mr. Speaker, I think in part of this issue, a special cover for such people with NHIF should be considered. I mean, the people who will be looking at this petition should also pursue that angle. Mr. Speaker, such people are usually burdened to their relatives, and the cost of medical care is very expensive. And I wish to thank Senator Maura for bringing this issue to the fore, because it is really, and I don't know whether this disease was not known before, or because of our lifestyle, they have been on the rise, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is a lot of generations that are dealing with these issues, and so many other people who are dealing with the different types of autoimmune diseases, including the skin, the muscles and the nerves. So many different, so many different issues, and they are coming up. And the people who are available out there to take care of them in terms of doctors are also scarce. So most people sometimes seek medical care abroad, which they can't afford. Like I say, they are not economically active because of their condition. Mr. Speaker, I support the petition, and I think this petition needs to be dealt with very thoroughly, because it's something that is emerging issue, and it's affecting our population. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Ali Abdullahi Ibrahim.
Connective tissue disorders are very serious issues all over the world. But the reality of the matter is that, to be sincere, when we cannot handle malaria and pneumonia and other prevalent diseases and gastrointestinal disorders, we cannot generally talk of connective tissue disorders in this country. I think our priority should be based on the ones which are the common everyday diseases in this country. If we can handle that, then we can deal with other issues. And hopefully, if it comes to the committee, we will handle it appropriately. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order 2321, the petition stands committed to the Standing Committee on Health. In terms of Standing Order 232, the committee is required in not more than 60 days from the time of reading the prayer to respond to the petitioner by a way of report addressed to the petitioner and laid on the table of the Senate. I thank you. Next order. Senator Wambua, you have a petition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to petition the Senate on behalf of a section of leaders from Kitui County on the closure of Chuso Level 4 Hospital. We, the undersigned, as citizens of the Republic of Kenya and residents of Mwingi North constituency, draw the attention of the Senate to the following. That Chuso Level 4 Hospital in Mwingi North Sub-County was closed on the 3rd day of September 2019, citing alleged insecurity for a section of staff. That security officers on the ground have dismissed reports of the alleged insecurity, saying that no such reports have been made to them. That the facility offers medical care to the residents of 5 wards of Mwingi North. That Article 43(1) of the Constitution provides that every person has a right to the highest attainable standard of health, which includes the right to health care services. That the people of Chuso Ward and Mwingi North at large have been denied their right to access primary health care by the closure of the facility. That continued closure of the facility increases the likelihood of life-threatening illnesses causing irreversible damages or even death. That expectant mothers in Chuso and Mwingi North are at risk when delivering due to lack of health services in the area. that Chuso Level 4 Hospital, being the main drug supply center to other health facilities in Mwingi North, its closure has caused a shortage of drugs in these subsidiary facilities, and as such, citizens are not able to access adequate medical care. That we have made the best efforts to have this matter addressed by the relevant authorities, all of which have failed to give a satisfactory response. That none of these issues raised in this petition is pending in any court of law, constitutional, or any other legal body. Wherefore, your able petitioners prayed that the Senate, one, investigates the matter with a view to determining the cause of the closure of Chuso Level 4 Hospital. Two, causes the hospital to be reopened. Three, puts in place long-term measures to ensure that other health facilities in the county are upgraded to Level 4 hospitals to ease pressure on the Chuso Level 4 Hospital. And four, causes to have in place special interim medical care for patients suffering chronic illnesses whose condition may deteriorate due to this closure as the matter is being sought out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Signed, Honorable Kanando and Honorable Kivunsi. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order 231, I shall now allow comments, observations, or clarifications in relation to the petition for not more than 30 minutes. Senator George Haneri.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity to make comments on this very, very important petition. And let me begin by thanking the three patriotic Kenyans for petitioning this House. And indeed, this is a matter that falls squarely onto the mandate of this House, because healthcare is a function that is devolved. Mr. Speaker, the issues raised in this petition are very grave, extremely serious. And I know that according to our standing orders, and in particular Standing Order number 232, paragraph 2, the committee that will be tasked with the responsibility of looking into this matter has 60 days, up to 60 days. But I want to say that 60 days for such a matter would be too long. I cannot imagine what the residents of Kitui are going through, given that the only facility they have to access medical care has been closed. And what reason is being given, Mr. Speaker? Insecurity. It is the responsibility of the national government to provide security. You cannot close a health center and cite insecurity of staffers. If there are issues to do with insecurity of staffers, Mr. Speaker, the central government has a responsibility to ensure that each and every individual within the boundary of Kenya are safe. So, Mr. Speaker, the reason being advanced for closing this very important facility, to me, are null and void. It is important that this matter is looked into urgently, so that the institution is open to have the people of Kitui access medical care, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to insist that although the committee has up to 60 days, this is a matter that requires more urgent attention than the 60 days. I want to plead with the Committee of Health to ensure that this matter is dealt with within 14 days. Mr. Speaker, I support.
Senator Blai Ali. You are off.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a very serious issue. Hospitals cannot just be closed just for the sake of it. And there's a reason why that hospital was there in the first place. And when you're told, as Honorable Ghanidi said, when you talk of security, there are people who are supposed to take care of that. And hopefully, since we will be in Kitui next week, Mr. Speaker, I will urge the Secretariat to put a space for the committee in the morning sections when others are doing other meetings, so that we can go to CUSO and look at this issue with the Senator, and we will work on it hopefully by next week. Thank you very much.
Senator Kilonzo Mutula Jr.
Thanks. Thank you. My neighbors in Kitui, because they appear to be at the mercy of mercy of bad manners, insecurity by neighbors, and somehow we seem not to take this matter seriously. I remember when the police reservists were withdrawn from some place in Rift Valley, the majority leader was up in arms, and there were statements issued from everywhere. But when people of Kitui die because of camel herders or a hospital is closed, nobody takes it seriously. Mr. Speaker, to propose, in fact, in line with Senator Haneri, on Wednesday morning, on 18th of September 2019, I propose we cancel the meeting to visit the prisons and go to the hospital, together with the security committee. And I recall, Mr. Speaker, I sat with you with the county commissioner of Kitui, and he wanted us to deal with the exact problem that the neighbors, neighbor issue between Kitui, Tana River, Garissa, so that we can find a lasting solution to the problems that keep engulfing my good neighbors in Kitui. But to close a hospital, Mr. Speaker, because people cannot work a level 4 hospital in a county as big as Kitui, and in a county that is as challenged as Kitui, Mr. Speaker, we should, all of us, led by you, make a very serious statement by going there to make sure that that hospital is open and the people of Kitui receive the services. Thank you.
Senator Langat Christopher.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for also giving me this chance to make my comments on this. It is quite surprising to hear that a level 4 hospital serving 5 wards and the neighboring counties has been closed just because of insecurity. It's very interesting that even today the president was passing out more security personnel, and at this point of time we can still talk in our country of insecurity up to and including in the hospitals. So I would like to call upon even the Ministry of Interior to get note of this, and I think the committee concerned on security should also be involved when we shall be in Kitui to explain what measures have they taken in place to make sure that the hospital and the surrounding is secured. It is very interesting that people who are sick cannot be cured simply because of insecurity. Hospital is a facility that should actually be taken seriously, and this is a devolved function to all of us. So I want to say it will not only a matter of the Committee of Health to deal with that one. We should also involve the committee in charge of security in this country so that we may have those people who are actually the custodian of security in Kitui to tell us what they are doing to the point that the hospital has been closed. So we should take this one seriously. It's good that we shall be there next week, and I tend to think that, as Senator Kilonzo was saying, we should, all of us, take this issue very seriously. So I want to say that the two committees should be involved in making sure that things get into the order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Wetangula Moses.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issues raised in the petition read by the distinguished senator for Kitui are as outrageous as they are scandalous. Mr. Speaker, closing a hospital and citing insecurity, not insecurity generally, but insecurity of staff, is something that this House must condemn. Because, Mr. Speaker, even under the Geneva Conventions, Mr. Speaker, even in war situations, hospitals are never attacked unless it is a rogue army. It is actually a war crime. Hospitals, churches, and mosques, Mr. Speaker, are never targets of attack, even in war situations. And to close a hospital, Mr. Speaker, in a situation in the country where even those that are functioning are not giving adequate service, is an outrage. I want to urge, Mr. Speaker, that you direct that this is not an ordinary petition that should be subjected to 60 days. This is a petition, Mr. Speaker, that warrants our presence in Kitui next week for the committee and any friends of the committee, including yours truly, to go and see this hospital and see what exactly is happening. Under our 2010 Constitution, access to health care and proper Medicare is a right. So it's in fact a violation of the Constitution to close a hospital facility. In any event, Mr. Speaker, if staff members of a particular institution allege insecurity and they are malingering and not working, sack them and recruit new staff, Mr. Speaker. It can't be insecurity for the staff and no insecurity for the residents who are dependent on that hospital, Mr. Speaker. I urge, Mr. Speaker, that you direct that we do not subject ourselves to the 60 days that is normal in petitions. We deal with this next week so that Senate is seen while in situ in Kitui to be proactive in resolving issues that affect the people of Kitui as a measure of appreciation of their welcome and hospitality.
Senator Onesimus Murkomen.
Mr. Speaker, the first thing I'd like to say is that there are many questions that need to be answered, Mr. Speaker, from that statement. Number one is that if the hospital is going to be closed because the staff fear insecurity. So, Mr. Speaker, the question I ask myself, how are the people themselves? Where are the people? Because, Mr. Speaker, it means then that you have closed the whole ward or you have closed the whole constituency because everybody is a victim of insecurity. So, Mr. Speaker, that excuse, and I know what I'm talking about because our friends from the northern counties, particularly Mandera, Wajir, when they were complaining that they need to hire local people to teach their children because, again, insecurity was being used as a ground for teachers to leave those parts of the country. The same issue, Mr. Speaker, in Kerio Valley, where I come from, again, many teachers leave that area of Kerio Valley and say they can no longer teach our children because of insecurity. So the question of insecurity must be dealt with, Mr. Speaker, not just as a question of the health facility, but also the safety of the people in that part of Kitui. Number two, Mr. Speaker, I heard Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr. saying here that the Kerio Valley issue, we made many statements, we made a lot of noise. Mr. Speaker, whose failure is it that, Mr. Speaker, there is no noise coming from Kitui? It can only be the failure of Mutula Kilonzo Jr., Mr. Speaker, because he comes from that region, plus leaders from that area. We have been elected, and I want to thank the Senator of Kitui because this is part of the noise. It's part of the representation, Mr. Speaker. And it's our duty as leaders to make as much noise as possible until the issues of the people are heard. And what an irony, Mr. Speaker, that the IG comes from that region. And Mr. Speaker cannot even appreciate that from his personal experience, he must deal with the issues of insecurity. And I want to challenge Senator of Kitui. Don't stop with the statement here. Organize leaders from your county and march to the IG's office and demand security for the people of Kitui, Mr. Speaker, and of that particular place. Because since the advent and the coming to office of the new IG, Mr. Speaker, the only success we know is in withdrawing security for members of parliament, is in arresting, Mr. Speaker, member of parliament, member of parliament with about a contingent of 150 GSU officers.
What is
Mr. Speaker, we must
Senator
take him
Murkomen,
to task.
Leader, do you want to be informed by Senator Wambua? You are off. You are off. Okay.
If the senator was not a senator in this house, Mr. Speaker, he would probably have been a bishop. So I have no problem being informed by the senator of Kitui.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I actually want to inform the majority leader that what he is asking me to do, I've already done like the last 30 minutes. At around 4, Mr. Speaker, you will see the senator of Kitui County leave the chamber. And I will lead members of parliament from Kitui County to the offices, not of the IG, the offices of the Minister for Interior. And we're making demands about security in Kitui. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And I suspect Mutula Kilonso will show you the direction to that office. I saw him posting a picture from one of the boardrooms. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I just want to insist, Mr. Speaker, I want to insist, Mr. Speaker, that we must take this issue of insecurity. And I know, and I'm speaking from out of passion. And sometimes here we joke as members of parliament, and I'm sure Senator Malakai would have done the same, Senator of West Pokot would do the same, because we face these problems all the time. And Mr. Speaker, it is important that we encourage our brothers and stand with them when they're facing a similar situation. And I agree with Senator Mutula Kilonso Jr. that we actually think our report, we may not need to change the program, but we can add on top of, Mr. Speaker, the places we have agreed to visit. This is one of those facilities I would like to be part of the team that is going to visit to see, Mr. Speaker, for myself, the experience of the people of that area. And Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, I hope, Mr. Speaker,
let's consult in low tones.
I hope, Mr. Speaker, moving forward, Mr. Speaker, the security management of this country will become so professional that when the police, the DCI, investigate, Mr. Speaker, an issue, like the similar policemen who are investigating the Prime Minister of Israel, we should be able to say that those are an independent office doing its work independently and is capable of checking the excesses of executive, either at national and county level, and these excuses of security insecurity, Mr. Speaker, must not be allowed to pass at the expense of services to the people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kabaka Boniface.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity also to hear and support my brother's statement. Okay. Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to state that having gone there with my brother sometime last week, we did some intensive investigation. But it's very interesting because my brother, as much as he's done a very good job here, he's somehow timid. He's timid to state the truth of the matter. And when I was sworn in here, I said I would say nothing but the truth. Mr. Speaker, sir, I've heard that senators will be visiting the C2 or the place next week. But at the end of the day, you will establish that there is a war between the Honorable Governor of Kitui and the local MCA. His name is Honorable Kivunzi, who is a Wiper member. Yes. And because of political differences, is what has led to the withdrawal, or rather the closure of the Chuso Level 4 hospital. And it's not purely matters of insecurity. And as Mr. Honorable Senator Murkomen has said, if indeed it's a question of insecurity, what is the status of the local citizens? Indeed, if there was any insecurity in that area, nothing would have been easier than the senator for Kitui from reporting the same, or even from the local media. So, Honorable Speaker, it is my position that what has been done to the people of Chuso by closing down the hospital is equivalent to the Second World War Holocaust. Because, like the good senator of Kitui has put it very clear, women have suffered during deliveries. Some are delivering from the bushes. People are dying. There is no adequate medicine. That is why I'm saying this is Holocaust. And this is a serious criminal case which is supposed to be tried in ICC jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, sir, once we visit there, we would like us to have serious resolutions in this matter. I support.
I see there's a lot of interest and there is division of revenue. So I'm sure other members, the committee has heard, and pursuant to Standing Order number 2321, the petition stands committed to the relevant standing committee, in this case, the Standing Committee on Health. But like has been said, I also want to direct that because of the interest that we have had from honorable members, that the Committee on Health and all those who would want to accompany the committee to visit the hospital and come up with a report within 14 days. I thank you. Next order. Senator Charles Kibiru, what's your intervention?
Mr. Speaker, thank you for that. I just wanted to find out, because we didn't get the time to speak, Speaker, for now that you have ruled. Are we safe to go to Kitui? Because we need a traveler to be sure that we are safe, because if a hospital can be closed and we are going there next week, we need to be assured of our security, Mr. Speaker.
I want to assure you that members, that we are safe and security arrangements have been put in place. There's no way 68 senators can be in a county and there's insecurity. Even if it means mobilizing the military to take care of us, that shall be done. What's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the senator, landlord of Kirinyaga, that the Security Committee of the Senate has a very able chair, Yusuf Haji, and a distinguished nephew of Senator Wetangula as a vice chair. And therefore, he should not be worried. But in case of anything, let him stay near me. Assure him of security.
Senator Ochila Yako, what is your...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's not just security we are talking about. Mr. Speaker, we are also talking about health. Are we sure that some of us who may fall ill in Kitui will access treatment? Because you never know when you might fall ill, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senators, you will be in Kitui town, and that's the headquarters. So unless there's a very special case that will require to go to the other area, I think we are safe. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Senator Mohamud.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, Wednesday, 11 September 2019. Report of the Mediation Committee on the Division of Revenue Bill number 2, the National Assembly Bills number 59 of 2019.
Next order. We will defer the statements for now. So we go to
order number 6, notices of motion.
Senator Mohamud.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that the Senate adopts the report of the Mediation Committee on the Division of Revenue Number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bills Number 59 of 2019, laid on the table of the Senate on Wednesday, 11 September 2019, and pursuant to Article 113 of the Constitution and Standing Order 161.3 of the Senate Standing Orders, approved the mediated version of the said bill.
Next order. Honorable Senators, there will be a vote, so I want to ask you to remain within the chambers.
Order number 8, the Registration of Persons Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 14 of 2019. First reading. An Act of Parliament to amend the Registration of Persons Act and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 9, the Kenya Sign Language Bill, Senate Bills number 15 of 2019. First reading. An Act of Parliament to give effect to Article 73B of the Constitution on the promotion and development of uses of sign language, to give effect to Article 54(1)(d), to provide for the inclusion of sign language in education curriculum, to provide for the use of sign language in legal proceedings and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 10, motion. Adoption of report of the Mediation Committee on the Division of Revenue Bill, number 2, National Assembly Bills number 59 of 2019.
Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the Senate adopts the report of the Mediation Committee on the Division of Revenue Bill, number 2, National Assembly Bills number 59 of 2019, laid on the table of the Senate on Wednesday, 11 September 2019, and pursuant to Article 113 of the Constitution and Standing Order 161.3 of the Senate Standing Orders, approves the mediated version of the said bill. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Division of Revenue Bill, Bill number 59 of the National Assembly, forms the basis of sharing revenue between the two levels of government. The bill was published was published by the National Assembly with equitable share to the counties of 316.5 billion, and it was passed by them, and it was forwarded to the Senate, and the Senate rejected with amendments and amended that the figure for equitable share to the counties be 335 billion, and also where you had the medical managed equipment services, the 6.2 billion shilling, which is under conditional grant, we amended to remove that one. In fact, those were the two areas of contention, and the mediation committee was put in place according to Article 113 of the Constitution. Both houses put the mediation committee in place, and we had 3 meetings. The first meeting, actually, there was no much discussion, and the second meeting was held this morning. So, Speaker, sir, I will be very brief, because our version was that we increased the county equitable share from 16.5 billion, 16.5 billion to 335 billion shillings, and we removed the conditional allocation of leasing medical equipment of 6.2 billion. And there was an increase of additional allocation to water tower protection and climate change mitigation and adoption program by 385 million shillings to 880 million shillings. These are what the contentious thing. So, Speaker, sir, during the meeting, the committee observed the following: that there is urgent need to approve the Revenue Bill 2019 and cause the county allocation of Revenue Bill to proceed. That there is room to finance the increase of the county equitable share of revenue due to physical constraint. That the Mediation Committee considered the issues raised by both houses and consequently adopted the mediation version of the bill, which is hereby annexed. Therefore, the matters that actually that have been considered and decided by consensus. The report is therefore unanimous decision of the committee. That it was immutable that counties could not prepare their annual budgets as contemplated in Article 224 of the Constitution due to a lacuna in the law, and that fails to give remedial relief to counties when DORA is not passed by Parliament before the end of the financial year. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee recommended as follows. Upon reaching consensus, the committee therefore recommends the following: that this House approves the bill as follows: that the county equitable share allocation of fiscal year 2019-20 be Kenya shillings 16.5 billion, that the allocation to the leasing managed equipment services for financial year 2019-20 of Kenya shillings 6.2 billion be approved, subject to the following. A, that before the next Division of Revenue Bill 2020, there shall be a proper disclosure on the cost of equipment under MES program. B, that Parliament shall establish an ad hoc committee, joint committee on MES to conduct a thorough investigation and table a report in Parliament for approval. The ad hoc committee should table the report before the end of the third session of Parliament. That the allocation to the Water Tower Protection and Climate Change Mitigation and Adaptation Program of financial year 2019-20 be 880 million shillings. That the Budget and Appropriation Committee of the National Assembly and the Senate Standing Committee on Finance and Budget jointly embark on the creation of a national policy framework on the management of conditional grants to counties before the end of the next financial year. So, Speaker, sir, that 3, that Parliament expedites the amendment to PFM Act 2012 to ensure that in the event of DORB not passed before the end of the financial year, counties can access a percentage of national revenue. And 4, that this House adopts and approves the report of the Ministerial Committee of Division of Revenue number 2, Bill 2019, National Assembly 59 of National Assembly Bill number 59. So, Speaker, sir, you remember last week this House had a Kamakunji. We did discuss all this together, and in fact, I thank the House, the Senate, for directing us properly so that we are where we are today. Mr. Speaker, sir, in the discussion we had this morning,
Senators.
we are aware of the fact that the mediation committee mediation did not go as planned, but of course we will stay another day to fight. All is not lost because the initial figure was 310 as published by Treasury and the first bill from the National Assembly. We were able to bring the figure till at least 316.5. We would have wanted more, but because the situation we're in today, 3 months into the financial year, I think it's only proper that actually we, being the upper house, be sober enough at least to overcome this, but proceed with the matters that actually are before us so that, come the next financial year, I'm sure we will have achieved a lot and sure that whatever whatever we have seen this year, I'm sure there will be a lot of improvement that will be done. With those many remarks, Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move and ask Senator Mutula Kilonzo to support. Mr. Speaker, sir, the bill as annexed today, you must have some rumor that in the morning this act
Senators,
shall be cited,
order members.
This
is
act
very
shall be
important.
cited,
Listen to.
Division of Revenue Bill 2019
Let's consult
and
with
shall
law
come
terms.
into force upon the publication in the Gazette. There was an attempt this morning from some quarters to make it retrospective, to be deemed to be effective from 1st July, which would have been very serious. But this bill will only be effective after it's gazetted. So, sir, I beg to move and ask Senator Mutula Kilonzo to second.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to second the moving of the report on the mediation. Since the report is very detailed on the issues we have agreed, and the statement of the majority leader and the minority leader is very clear on the issues that led to the agreement on the 316, Mr. Speaker, I will not bother with those details, only to say the following. One, that we also agreed that the framework of determining what will happen between the division of revenue, the impasse, and agreement such as this one, Mr. Speaker, we have agreed in the committee that the Finance Committee will forward a proposal so that we can have 50% of the last allocation given to counties prior to the agreement and sorting out of the impasse. Two, this impasse has brought forth the contradiction between Article 218 and Article 221 of the Constitution. That contradiction, Mr. Speaker, must be resolved, because if we don't resolve it, next year we'll have another collision with the National Assembly on Division of Revenue. Third, on budget policy statement, Mr. Speaker, the Finance Committee Chair, Senator Mahmood, and Kimani Ichung'wah, the Chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee of the National Assembly, have agreed that we will find a framework of agreeing at the budget policy statement stage, a joint report. Because I believe, Mr. Speaker, and I can say this with a straight face, Treasury has been playing Parliament. Treasury has been sending information to us in a way so that we clash. Senator Sakaja can confirm that our budget office has been giving us, and I mean Parliament, National Assembly and Senate, different briefs. By strange luck, the brief to the National Assembly was given to us, and the one to the Senate was given to them. And then we saw what they said. So, Mr. Speaker, there are certain fundamental problems in Parliament, which includes the people who advise us. And the people who advise us are pushing us to a collision course. If these offices are meant to help Parliament, they cannot be giving different opinions. We should insist, if it's Parliamentary Budget Office, they give one opinion. If it's the legal department of Parliament, one opinion. Because this is the same problem we had in the Land Value Index mediation, where National Assembly had a different version from the legal department, and we had a different version as to how, whether it should be a Land Value Index law bill or it should be Land Value Amendment bill. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, the lessons have been learned. Those who thought we cowed, we did not cow. We just took a tactical retreat so that, Mr. Speaker, when we go back to Division of Revenue, and for those who are privy, and for those who spend time, and those who sit with BBI, tell them that the most important thing for this country is division of revenue. The thing that has divided this nation is not tribalism. The thing that has divided this nation is people sitting in a room somewhere and deciding how the national cake should be divided. The wisdom of the Constitution of putting this in Parliament. And we must tell the executive from where they are. The division of revenue should be decided in the floor of the Senate and the floor of the National Assembly. It will never be State House. It will never be a Rambe House. It will not be at the annexes of a Rambe House or any other place. It is Parliament. If we cede ground, Senate and National Assembly, we will go back to those days when the national cake was decided at night, and that will be the end of devolution. I have seen the ghost of 1966, and they will come through division of revenue, because they will divide everything and leave you with the spoils. In fact, a very simple aspect of this division of revenue version, it says as follows in clause 5. Any shortfall of revenue shall be borne by national government. Any excess collected by national government shall go to pay debts. Unless this Senate gets into the question of why we are borrowing and for what reason we are borrowing, then the question of dividing revenue is going to be determined by payment of debts for some causes that are nothing other than corruption and shady contracts. Thank you. I support. I second. Thank you.
Okay, honorable senators, I now propose the question, which is that adoption of the report, which is that the Senate adopts the report of the Mediation Committee on the Division of Revenue Number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bills Number 59 of 2019, laid on the table of the Senate on Wednesday, 11th September 2019, and pursuant to Article 113 of the Constitution and Standing Order 1613 of the Senate Standing Orders, approves the mediated version of the said bill. Senator Murkomen.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start by congratulating our mediation team for a job well done and for standing firm, Mr. Speaker, in support of the job that must be done by this county. The Constitution in Article 96 makes it clear that we are the defenders of county governments, counties and county governments. And Mr. Speaker, just to go straight to the point, the reason why we came up with a new constitution was because, Mr. Speaker, this country came from a history where the president was the one who was acting as a benevolent leader, dishing out development and resources to places that he thought were right. Mr. Speaker, division of revenue and devolution itself is a mechanism with which the people of Kenya can make decisions for themselves as to what development they need in the local level and what resources they are going to use for that development. Mr. Speaker, it must come clear and for everybody in the Republic of Kenya, the national government does not have its own money that it donates to county government. The national government does not have responsibility, Mr. Speaker, of dictating to Parliament how much goes to what level of government. The Constitution makes it abundantly clear that it is the role of Parliament, which is both National Assembly and the Senate, to preside over a process which eventually comes to division of revenue, where resources are divided between the two levels of government. Mr. Speaker, we insist and we continue to insist that, Mr. Speaker, any appropriation bill passed by national government before division of revenue bill is passed is unconstitutional and null and void. Mr. Speaker, I know many of our colleagues here would have wanted us to remain adamant and firm that we are not going to concede insofar as the amount that going to counties is concerned. But, Mr. Speaker, it was becoming so clear that as a result of this anomaly, where appropriation bill is already passed in national government and counties are waiting for resources and the first quarter of the new financial year is over, Mr. Speaker, it was becoming clear that only counties were going to suffer. The judiciary, whom we believed, Mr. Speaker, would make decisions expeditiously to provide a mechanism for us to sit in a round table, was already a beneficiary of the appropriation bill, and therefore, Mr. Speaker, was not in a hurry to make a decision. The National Assembly, which is part of Parliament, was also beneficiary of the appropriation bill, Mr. Speaker, and they were not in a hurry. The National Executive were beneficiaries of this illegal appropriation bill, Mr. Speaker, and therefore were not in a hurry. It only became practical and wise, Mr. Speaker, to allow the counties to get the money as we continue waging, Mr. Speaker, the war, until we finally succeed in the declaration of that appropriation bill of 2019, Mr. Speaker, to be an illegality. I am aware of schemes, Mr. Speaker, that people wanted to introduce, that, Mr. Speaker, this report that we are now debating, they wanted to introduce, Mr. Speaker, a clause that says that this division of revenue should be applied backwards. Of course, Mr. Speaker, there is nothing in the Constitution, and it's even impossible to imagine that any lawyer would have imagined that there is a law that applies retrospectively, Mr. Speaker, to a time that was not enacted. It's impossible. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to stand here and say I am proud to be a senator in this House and majority leader of this House. We have done a fantastic job. I am proud of this House because of the plans we have for our decision to go to court. When we go back to court for mention, Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday, about our case in court, Mr. Speaker, I believe that this country will have seen what this House has done. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, because we want to vote, Mr. Speaker, this afternoon and to ensure that the resources are going to our counties and our counties begin to perform their responsibilities as required by the Constitution, I'll restrict my comments up to them, Mr. Speaker, and say, congratulations, Senator Mahmood, congratulations, Senator Mutula and Sakaja, Senator of Narok, Mr. Speaker, who otherwise, Mr. Speaker, has given himself a different responsibility out there, which we shall discuss another time. Mr. Speaker, they have done a fantastic job. Your debate and the other senators, Senator Ali.
What is your point of order, Senator? You are off. Okay.
You have not even been given the floor.
The floor. Imekata. Oh. Okay, my point of order, Mr. Speaker, is that is the majority needed in order to mention names of all, instead of just saying mediation committee, does he have to name each one of them separately? And we want to finish this thing first.
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as a majority leader in this House, I think, Mr. Speaker, the public out there, they know there is a mediation committee. But there's nothing wrong with the majority leader, Mr. Speaker, recognizing gallant members of this Senate. That is Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr., Senator Johnson Sakaja, Senator Professor Kamar, Senator Charles Kibiru, Senator Rose Nyamunga, Senator Ledama Olekina, Senator Okongo Mogeni, and Senator Mithika Linturi, Mr. Speaker, who have done a fantastic job to ensure that they represent the interests of this House in that mediation committee. And Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of them because sometimes we are called upon, Mr. Speaker, to perform certain responsibilities on behalf of this House. And, Mr. Speaker, we must be cheerleaders of one another. We must congratulate one another when we are doing well, because there are times also we've come to this House to chastise, Mr. Speaker, as members for failing to perform their responsibilities. And when they do a good job, it is the responsibility of the leadership of this House to publicly recognize and appreciate those who are doing a good job, because so that then it will encourage others tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, to perform even a better job.
Okay,
Mr.
leader,
Speaker,
you have made your point
House.
because of the voting.
With those many remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to support, Mr. Speaker, wholeheartedly. And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I'm a bit confused. Is not getting what we set out to do such a fantastic thing? I'm a bit confused as to all the accolades. While I believe that a lot of effort has been put in, for us to celebrate not achieving what we set out to do seems a little bit warped to me.
Senator Murkomen, keep it short.
Mr. Speaker, I want Senator Abshiro to appreciate that for the many times I praised her publicly here, she's not the only one who's doing a good job in this House, Mr. Speaker. She must also recognize that others also do a very good job, and therefore they also deserve praises from this House.
Leader of minority.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me also take this opportunity to thank Senator Engineer Mohammed Mahmood, to thank Senator Mutula Kilonzo, to thank Senator Johnson Sakaja, to thank Senator Professor Margaret Kamar, Senator Charles Kibiru, Senator Rose Nyamunga, Senator Ledama Olekina, Senator Okongo Omugeni, and
Order,
Senator
Leader of Majority.
Mithika
You are
Linturi.
listening to, please sit down so that...
Now, Mr. Speaker, while I'm thanking this mediation committee, I am going to speak a little bit differently about the House, because we cannot congratulate ourselves fully because of what has done. And I think we better be honest about what has happened. Mr. Speaker, there was a time when Parliament was controlled from Harambee House. In fact, when it came to monies, even allowances, they were not being approved at the precincts of Parliament. The clerk of Parliament had to go to Harambee House to get permission or to get validation from the permanent secretary in charge of the office of the president. Mr. Speaker, I am saying if we do not watch this trend, because things begin in a small way, and in another 1 year you may find that we have completely lost our role as a Senate. Mr. Speaker, the most important function of the Senate is the enactment of the Division of Revenue Act, together the one for allocation. Mr. Speaker, I want us to understand that although the President of the Republic of Kenya can be considered as the chief executive of the enterprise known as the Republic of Kenya, but the people who speak for the people of Kenya, who are the shareholders, we are the directors, and the chief executive cannot make a decision without the directors, the members of parliament in this corporation known as Kenya. We are the directors who sit in the board if it comes to the questions of raising revenue or the expenditure of revenue in the Republic of Kenya. And therefore, I'm a little bit disappointed, Mr. Speaker, at what has happened in view of the retreat that you had to make. It was a tactical retreat, but, Mr. Speaker, is a matter from which we should draw lessons. And despite the fact that we have had this retreat, I urge the chairman, the vice chair of the mediation committee, who has done a very good job, and he has been keeping us posted throughout, that there may be a different version which is put before the National Assembly, that even when we have agreed to pass the resolution that the mediation committee has come up with, and we've agreed to enact this bill, there is still some people in the National Assembly who want to backdate the Division of Revenue bill. And if that happens, it happens. It has happened before. Mr. Speaker, if the Senator Wako was here, Senator Wako, and I was there when, after passing the Constitution of Kenya and proclamation, when it went to the government printer, there were people in the office of the president at that time who tried to get Wako to agree to certain amendments being made unofficially, that the government printer should alter some provisions that related to the provincial administration, particularly the transitional provisions. So, Mr. Speaker, if the National Assembly would come up with a version that backdates this bill, even the matter that we have in court, which is coming next week, will be dead on arrival. Because the point that we are trying to make, and that's why this Division of Revenue Allocation is very important, that the government cannot appropriate before there's been a division of revenue between the two national levels of government, the counties and the national government. They cannot appropriate, they cannot budget until a decision is made on how to divide revenue between the national government and the county governments. In fact, Mr. Speaker, if we lose the war in terms of this very important legislation, that in future things will happen the same way, then we can as well say goodbye to devolution. I think the most important outcome of the Constitution that we had in 2010 was devolution. The Americans like to pride themselves that when they enacted the Constitution in 1787, what they got and what Benjamin Franklin talked about was the fact that they had a republic. But in Kenya, we can be proud that the outcome of the proclamation of the Constitution in the year 2010 was devolution. And if the Senate cannot play a role in the process of the division of revenue between the two levels of government before appropriation, then I think even the devolution that was proclaimed in 2010 is gone. So I want to thank the Mediation Committee, but I want to say that we must be on the watch out in the future, because I think it's going to happen next year. And it's going to happen next year because there's an intention to amend the Public Finance Management Act. The National Assembly has already put forward an amendment that will make it, in fact, superfluous even to come with a division of revenue bill, because they're going to enable the executive to spend money and money to go to the counties before there's that allocation or division of revenue between the two levels of government. I therefore would support the report of the Mediation Committee, but tell the Senate, and this I want to say, you know, for the whole Republic in terms of what is going on. I think we are going through a very difficult period that we must be on the watch out. Normally, when things look like they're working well, that is the most dangerous moments in every republic. In the year 1965, when it looked like things were working well and there was peace in the country, that is when a lot of laws were changed which took away everything that had been won in Lancaster. Looking at what is happening in Kenya today, I want to say very loudly, without fear of contradiction, that we must watch the executive very carefully. Yes. We must watch the executive very carefully. Yes. We must watch the executive very carefully. Yes. And I can tell you, from where I come from, that anything happening to any Kenyan belonging to any party, if it may be a party I disagree with, but if things are done wrongly, I will never support it, and I will never support a situation where the country, instead of moving forward on a democratic path, we seem to be going backwards. And this bill is a demonstration even of what is happening in the political sphere. I am telling the executive that there are things they are doing at the moment. There are things they are doing at the moment which will make Kenya look like a banana republic. There are things that are happening in this country at this time that is winding the clock back. And I'm saying this, Mr. Speaker, and I hope I'll not make such a speech again, use the floor of this House to make such a speech. But I'm hoping that the executive in this country wakes up and know that their role is limited. We have a government which is supervised by Parliament. The Bill of Rights is supreme, is part of the law of Kenya, and we should learn not to treat Kenyans as if they belong to a banana republic. And therefore, I am asking fellow senators that in this financial chapter, which has to do with revenue allocation and budgeting, we've got to look at it very carefully. We've got to look at it very carefully. In fact, this country is in so much debt. And we don't know the amount of debt this country has been committed to. We'll know about it in another 3 years, when it's going to bring us down. And that is why some people are trying to make sure that we have no role to play in the division of revenue bill, because they want to do things the way they want, not the way the Constitution has spelled out. With those remarks, I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Sakaja.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And I'll give you 3 minutes because I can see a lot of interest.
Mr. Speaker, 5 would be good, but I will do 3 minutes. Senator Orengo said he wishes he will not make that speech again. I just want to break the news to him that the way we are seeing things and the direction we are going, you might have to make that speech many, many more times, unfortunately. Mr. Speaker, I'm not a Catholic, but there's a prayer of serenity that says, God grant me the serenity to know the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Mr. Speaker, that wisdom to know the difference of what we can change and cannot change is what really informed this mediation committee. We have not lost the war. The battle might have been lost, but the war is not lost. And I'm glad, and I'm grateful for the leader of majority and minority for appreciating the members of that mediation committee. Mr. Speaker, number one, in this country there exists a cabal of people who are still caught up with the hangovers of the previous system of centralized government, where the only semblance of devolution was what they called district focus on rural development, where giving money to the local governments was an act of magnanimity and kindness. We want to tell them to wake up and smell the coffee. This constitution guarantees fiscal decentralization and devolution, and what we give to counties is not a favor. Mr. Speaker, the point that we made, which came out very clearly, and I'm glad that the members of the National Assembly today acceded to it, is that division of revenue is what gives national government its money and counties their money. It is not that national government gives counties money.
Let's consult in law tones. You know,
repeated.
we are making a very important statement to the whole nation. So let us consult in law tones.
Mr. Speaker, that must be underscored. Kenyans must listen to that. The national government must understand that. There is no county government that wants money from the national government. The money does not come from the national government. It is Parliament that allocates to the national government and allocates to the county government. Mr. Speaker, we have made some gains. You know, you can lose the battle but win the war. And in the war, next year there will be no issue because we've agreed, number one, that the PFM Act, and we've said it in our report, that it must be clear that there is no way that one arm of government will be able to draw 50% vote on account while the other one cannot draw it. Counties will not have a stalemate again when the National Assembly and the Senate has not agreed on division of revenue. Other jurisdictions such as South Africa, Australia, and India have done this before, and what we had suggested before in this House is what is going to be implemented. Number two, that the medical equipment services mess, which as the name suggests has become a mess, must be looked at by a joint ad hoc committee of the National Assembly and the Senate, because we cannot have a case where syringes, trolleys, stretchers, gloves are being leased, Mr. Speaker. And counties are paying 200 million per year, yet some have never even started because of lack of three-phase electricity, because of lack of water, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, finally, Mr. Speaker, a member asked the other day that indeed Article 96 was not made by mistake. When we say that counties need to be protected, indeed counties need to be protected. We must look at what that money is being used for. It cannot be that we then secure this 316 billion, then come back to this House and start negotiating for how many billions or how many millions are being used to construct governors' houses, are being used on luxury. Mr. Speaker, there must be fidelity and prudence in how this money is being used at the county level. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Moses Wetangula.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, listening to my distinguished learned colleague Murkomen speaking reminded me of Idi Amin, the Speaker, when he was asked why he liked blowing his own trumpet. And he said, the trumpet is mine. Nobody else can blow it. Mr. Speaker, last week was a day of shame for this House. And it reminded me, Mr. Speaker, of a hilarious play by the late Francis Mbuga called The Betrayal in the City. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, we betrayed Kenyans. And listening to my distinguished learned senior, Senator Orengo, who is my lawyer, speak, it reminded me of a major statement by Professor Ali Mazrui, that when elephants fight, the grass suffers. But the grass suffers even more when elephants make love. Mr. Speaker, the people of Kenya.
Order members. Order members. What's your point of order, Senator Orengo?
The distinguished senator from Bungoma, who is my learned friend from Bungoma, is talking about a preposition of an event he has never witnessed. Elephants are more dangerous to the grass when they are doing the former, not the latter. I'll not try to tell you why, but that's homework for you.
Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt the Senator for Siaya has never witnessed that event either. Mr. Speaker, this House was the remaining institution in this country. Most institutions have been beaten to submission. They have been subjugated to a level where, Mr. Speaker, they cannot turn left or right. And now Senate, Mr. Speaker, is behaving like the small coward on the market who, instead of facing a fight, cries that hold me before I kill this man. Mr. Speaker, we went to mediation, Mr. Speaker. We went to mediation, Mr. Speaker, and the National Assembly literally bullied us out of the way. And now we're busy saying, nishike nitaua mutu, Mr. Speaker. I feel very sad, Mr. Speaker, that we have come this low. Because, Mr. Speaker, the display of arrogance...
Senator Kabiru, what is your intervention?
Mr. Speaker, where I come from, you know, we were Mau Mau fighters, remnants of Mau Mau. So when the Honorable Senator is saying that we were bored and we ran away, and I was part of that mediation, I feel a bit belittled. Honorable Senator, we did not run away. We were persuaded to leave to fight another fight. We did not run away. We were persuaded.
Senator Wetangula.
Mr. Speaker, that fortifies what I was saying. In fact, they were persuaded to run. That is even more dangerous. Mr. Speaker, we came to this House with a figure that was scientific, that was constitutional. Our colleagues from the National Assembly came with a ping pong, the man of the box. It's like betting, it's like whatever you call it. Take this, nitaongeza kidogo. Mr. Speaker, we have now reached a level where we are going to be a laughing stock. Let's not cheat ourselves, Mr. Speaker, that we have done a good job. We have done no job. Because they got what they wanted. And Mr. Speaker, I want to urge the President of this country, don't allow people with the limited knowledge to advise you. Because when you stand up, Mr. President, and say you have no money to give
What's
to
your point of
counties-
order, Senator? I'll add Senator Wetangula a few minutes because there have been a lot of interruptions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On our point of order, Mr. Speaker, is Senator Wetangula in order to, Mr. Speaker, mislead the House that the mediation committee did not achieve anything? When, Mr. Speaker, the original law passed by National Assembly was 310 billion, and the mediated version, Mr. Speaker, the version that was achieved after the first mediation, Mr. Speaker, was to move it to 316.5 billion, Mr. Speaker, which now is the figure that we are passing in this whatever. Mr. Speaker, it would be erroneous if it went to the public that this Senate never achieved anything when, Mr. Speaker, 6.5 billion was added to counties, Mr. Speaker, previously only achieved by Senate in a previous mediation committee, with only 1 billion being added in the last financial year. But this year, Mr. Speaker, the reason why we congratulate this committee is because we've moved, Mr. Speaker, from an additional 1 billion in previous debates, in previous mediations, to an extra 6.5 billion that was added to go to counties. Mr. Speaker, is he in order?
What's your point of order, Senator Burgisho?
Just my point of order, Speaker, is the majority leader and any other member who intends to give information purport to be raising points of order, Mr. Speaker. Because, I mean, this is information, just information, Mr. Speaker. So they should rise on a point of information if they want to, Mr. Speaker.
Actually, that was a point of information. It was.
fact, our colleagues in the National Assembly forgot that they had passed a bill with 310 and came to the mediation table with 314. So it's not like we negotiated upwards. They came with that figure. But, Mr. Speaker, I have not in any way belittled the mediation team. These are all distinguished members, but they went to negotiate with a rowdy group, a group that was not capable of negotiating. They came with a fixed mind, a fixed position, a heckling mood, and they made it impossible. And I'm sure Senator Murkomen knows the famous case of Lord Denning, where someone appealed saying the lower magistrate had made it impossible for both the defendant and the plaintiff to pursue their case because he was shouting at them throughout. Mr. Speaker, we as a House must now focus on the case we took to court so that we settle this matter once and for all. But let me not miss the point I was saying about the president being misadvised by his advisors, Mr. Speaker. Somebody must advise the president. I know Senator Murkomen is probably now on the outer layer of the onion peel. But, Mr. Speaker, I would want, Mr. Speaker, the president to be told in no uncertain terms that he has no money to give to counties. The money is appropriated by houses of parliament.
You are off my... Your time is up, Senator Wetangula. You've made your point.
It is...
your time is up, Senator Wetangula. Senator Sakaja, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, now the person I had a point of order against is not on the floor. But surely it cannot stay. The Senator, my distinguished uncle, it cannot stay on the record of this House, Mr. Speaker, this assertion or claim that the leader of majority is on the outer peel of the onion. When it comes, the outer layer of the peel. When it comes to relating with the head of state, Mr. Speaker, the leader of majority, I can confirm, is very close to the core. He's very close to the inner core of the onion, Mr. Speaker. And you know, I know he cannot say it himself because he's the one who's being, he's not out, he's in the inner core, the juiciest part of the onion, Mr. Speaker. Let that be on the record. Unless we're talking about a different onion.
Senator Sakaja seemed to be mourning more than the bereaved. Because Senator Farhia. Senator Farhia, let's keep it short because we must vote, senators.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me opportunity to contribute to this motion. Mr. Speaker, I think the importance of appropriation bill being passed after division of revenue cannot be overemphasized. The reason why we are in this quagmire is because other people have money, including us, and the counties have been starved. And I think that is the considered view of the people who are in the mediation view. I mean, so that they moved ahead with this bill. Mr. Speaker, let it not be this thing of once a problem is solved, we move on and we don't look back. This time, let it be different. We must get a ruling or an opinion on the appropriation bill being passed when division of revenue is not yet passed. Mr. Speaker, I am also not happy with the mediation committee as far as mess being discussed by joint committee, while we know that health is a devolved function. It means we are relinquishing our role as senators and sharing the role that is not for the other house. Mr. Speaker, the other thing that I also heard about 50% being used by counties, the two houses come with that recommendation. I also don't support that because that will create a lull that will postpone the problem. It will not solve the problem, Mr. Speaker, because from December, prior to the appropriation bill that's supposed to be passed by June or April, there is there is enough time for people who are reasonable to discuss and come up with an amicable solution. Mr. Speaker, the 50% to the counties is just postponing the problem. Mr. Speaker, the other issue that I hoped that mediation committee, in terms of this joint committee, will discuss, Mr. Speaker, is the role of finance committee on the budget policy statement, Mr. Speaker. Because the recommendation of BPS for the counties was 310 at the time it was brought to us. Mr. Speaker, despite the Senate Committee of Finance protesting that is below the threshold for the last financial year to the Treasury, and our recommendation, that was put under the table. And Mr. Speaker, my question is, why were we even discussing the BPS if this House does not even make a difference in terms of how that document proceeds to the next level? Mr. Speaker, in terms of borrowing by the country, Senate must be engaged, because part of the reason why counties don't have money is the excessive borrowing by the executive, which this House does not have a role. And I think that is very unfortunate, because whatever money is left is something that we should have been engaged, so that there is enough money for both of us if the borrowing is affecting all of us, Mr. Speaker.
Manage your time, please. We must vote. Half a minute. Please, condense what you want to say.
Mr. Speaker, okay, I will skip the other things that I wanted to speak. But the CARA bill, Mr. Speaker, once we pass this bill, I think Finance Committee should actually work on that next week, my own committee. And they should be given more time in terms of the program of the House, so that the CARA bill is ready for the next process. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Ledamo Lekina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to make comments. I am one of the people who believe that we have failed. We have failed Kenyans by allowing the executive to control parliament. Mr. Speaker, sir, we no longer have a parliament in this country called Kenya. This country is run by one executive, and whatever that executive wants is that way or the highway. We have failed, and shame on us. We had an opportunity to be able to defend this constitution, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, when the framers of this constitution thought of a commission of revenue allocation, is because they wanted to ensure that there is a competent body that advises on division of revenue. Why is it that, Mr. Speaker, sir, now when SRC say this, it is taken as a gospel truth, but when the Commission of Revenue Allocation comes up with recommendation looking at the economy and how the economy is doing, it is trashed? It is about time that we rethink on our roles here as members of parliament. It is wrong to have a National Assembly where if they are told by the executive today, go to the left, they all go to the left without asking. This position, and this is the reason why, Mr. Speaker, sir, I never appended my signature to this report, because I didn't believe in it. You know, I literally indicated that I will not do it because I do not believe in it. You know, Mr. Speaker, sir, I stand firm, and I believe that when we have a Commission of Revenue Allocation...
What's your point of order, Senator Murkomen?
The Speaker, is Senator Ledama in order, Mr. Speaker, to mislead this House that he doesn't believe, Mr. Speaker, in that figure, when before even this House had Mr. Speaker Kamkunji, he tweeted and said we have conceded 316.5 billion, and that, Mr. Speaker, we live to fight another day. Mr. Speaker, is he in order?
Senator Wetangula, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, in view of the revelation by Senator Lekina that in fact he declined to append his signature to the document, can the House expunge the extravagant praises that were heaped on him by Senator Murkomen?
Senator Cheriot, what is your, there's another point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I beg your indulgence because this is a very difficult situation. It's actually like watching divorce proceedings of your parents live on TV. The more we keep talking, the more we continue disparaging each other, saying nasty things to one another. Of course, we need to hang our heads in shame. There's no debate about it. So I want to humbly request, Mr. Speaker, in the interest of time, those who have spoken on our behalf. Can we just proceed to vote?
Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr., then
Speaker, although everybody is going to vote eventually, I think that there's merit in the fact that the Senate spoke, the mediation committee spoke, people have raised their own objection. But if we continue disparaging one another the way Senator Olekina started, then all of us are going to look very bad, because in the attempt to throw mud at everybody, he will not walk away smelling like a rose, because he never attended the meeting so that he could decline to sign. So, and he's my friend, and I want to advise him that, you know, I mean, let's just be honest, and let's have integrity in the way we do some of these things. Those who objected, they objected. And so we vote so that we can move on the process. Thank you.
Okay, order members. Senator Olekina will be the last one, then we take a vote.
Just allow me to finish.
What is your point of order, Senator Kajwang?
Mr. Speaker, one of the most important duties of this Senate is to divide revenue and to allocate revenue. We spend hours talking about petitions, talking about statements, talking about all sorts of things, and then when it comes to division of revenue, we want to truncate the time because we are afraid we are going to embarrass ourselves. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully disagree with that motion that has been proposed, that we truncate time on division of revenue. That is why we have been elected to this Senate. We cannot allow ourselves to be embarrassed by the National Assembly and then come here and be afraid to express ourselves, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, Senator Kajwang, I have already ruled on the matter. Senator, what's your point of intervention, Senator Professor Ongeri?
Mr. Speaker, if there is any debate that my county would like to listen to, is the debate on the division of revenue bill. It will be disastrous if the comments of the representative of the people is not heard on the floor of this House. Indeed, we elected a mediation committee. They have put their report before this House. And I think it's only fair, Mr. Speaker, I appeal to you, that you also listen to what other contra views may be, so that before we vote, those views would have been registered in the Hansard.
I made that ruling looking at the mood of the House. And I'm intelligent enough to know that the people wanted to vote. Your sentiments have been noted. Senator Olekina.
Mr. Speaker, sir, you know, it's important to correct anything that goes on record. The majority leader rose on a point of order.
Order members.
And he stated clearly.
Just a minute. Senator Chilayako.
Of order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I've been trying to catch your eye in vain and happy you have finally done so. Now, Mr. Speaker, we are being asked to vote here. And Mr. Speaker, that is also a sacrifice. If we are denied the opportunity to express our views, Mr. Speaker, I personally feel constrained to sit here and vote without expressing my view. So I want to plead with you that in view of my right, for which I was elected, to express myself, just allow those who want to express themselves, and those who do not want may listen to us, Mr. Speaker. This is a really, really dear request to us, Mr. Speaker.
I want to seek your indulgence, because this is not the first time this bill is on the floor of the House. It was there, and members had an opportunity to express themselves during the second reading. This is just a mediated version that has been brought here. So I will really seek your indulgence so that we are able, nothing really has yet. Olekina.
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you. The majority leader made certain allegations, and it is always good to be on record and to correct it. Yes, indeed, I tweeted, and what I said is that we did our best, but I guess our best was not good enough. And I said that whether we like it or not, county governments will receive 316.5. I never said we surrendered. I never said we surrendered, and I want to express my position because I do not believe that there is any reason as to why we should clap to the executive or the National Assembly when what they're doing is wrong and it is not sound in law. I attended that mediation committee meeting. We discussed the issues, and there's nowhere I saw the members of the committee from the National Assembly giving us facts. All they were saying is that, no, we can't. We have no money. If this is the way we are going to run a country, Kenyans who elect us and who bring us here need to understand that when we are here, we are doing what they send us to do, to represent them. There's various challenges. And whether or not we've agreed, the Swahili says, kidole kimoja kiui chawa, but that doesn't mean that whether I agreed or disagreed, I always get my way. Mr. Speaker, sir, this issue of division of revenue, it's something which is very, very important. And I agree with my colleagues who have walked out now that it is imperative for Kenyans to know that the Senate is fighting for devolution. Because if we do not express ourselves, then tomorrow we will not need to be in this house. There will be no point of us being in this house if, first of all, we'll be gagged, we will not be allowed to express what we have to say. It is important for Kenyans to know that when we sat in that committee, the things that we discussed were, it is wrong and dangerous, Mr. Speaker, sir, for this country to have one appropriation act. We came up with suggestions. I'm not saying that we totally failed. We contemplated. There were two issues. It dawned on us that we as members of parliament were enjoying our parks. We were enjoying the executive and the national government were all enjoying, but the people who are suffering were counted.
You have run out of time. You are not, Honorable, you are not on record. You are not on record, Senator Olekina. What's your point of order, Senator Mambua?
No. Senators, we have a duty to this country and to our counties. Let us face the truth and deal with it. If we mess on this matter, let's agree that we mess on this matter. Let every senator be given an opportunity to express themselves on this matter. It cannot be, Mr. Speaker, it cannot be that one senator or senators is directing the speaker on let's vote, let's not vote. There are senators here who want to express themselves.
Wambua,
the speaker.
Order. I don't think the speaker is being directed by anybody. That's out of order. Yeah. Senator Kibiru.
Mr. Speaker, I think we can express ourselves by voting or not voting. You know, we agree that we can vote for yes or not, and so that the Kirinyaga county can see whether I'm voting for them to get money or somebody else from any other county is voting for them not to get money, instead of debating here forever.
Honorable Senators, order. I now put the question, which is that the Senate adopts the report of the Mediation Committee on the Division of Revenue number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bills number 59 of 2019, laid on the table of the Senate on Wednesday, 11th September 2019, and pursuant to Article 113 of the Constitution and Standing Order 161.3 of the Senate Standing Orders, approves the mediated version of the said bill. And the bill, direct that the bell be rung for 5 minutes. The leaders consult the numbers. Okay, I direct that the bell be rung for another 5 minutes. I direct that the bell be rung for another 5 minutes. Okay, order members, order members, order members, order members, order members, order members. Okay. Order, can the whips ascertain that we have numbers? Order members.
Can proceed.
Yeah. Okay, okay. Order members, order members, order members. After the voting, we'll allow a few comments from senators. Okay, order members, I now direct that the doors be locked and the bar drawn. Order members, I now put the question, which is that the Senate adopts the report of the Mediation Committee on the Division of Revenue number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bills number 59 of 2019, laid on the table of the Senate on Wednesday, 11th September 2019, and pursuant to Article 113 of the Constitution and Standing Order 161.3 of the Senate Standing Orders, approves the mediated version of the said bill. Confirm that you are logged in. Okay, you can now vote. Those who seek, who need assistance? See the voters. Okay, order, members. Order, members. Okay, order, members. Honorable Senators, the results of the division are as follows. The nays 3, abstention 0, ayes 27, the ayes have it. I now direct that the bars be drawn and the doors open and allow for general comments on the process. General comments, Senator Moses Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, I must mention that I believe that a debate should be taken or should be held before a vote. And when there's a debate after a vote, it is of no consequence. But I want to refer to the comments of my namesake, Senator for Bungoma, about elephants doing whatever they do, and then the grass suffers. I think we have reached a point, to paraphrase what the two leaders have said, we have reached a point where as a House, we need to define what our strategy is. And it is not a strategy for our survival as a House, it is a strategy for devolution. Going by the chronology of events that have led us to this vote, Mr. Speaker, it is clear that this nation can operate without us. This country can run without the Senate. If the national government can appropriate before we have the division of revenue, and if we send our people to mediate, when we send them with a position, and then they come back with their tails coiled between their legs and give us the numbers that have come from the National Assembly, the question the nation will be asking is what is the value of the Senate in as far as the defense and protection of devolution is concerned. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, this motion that we have just adopted now would have been processed by the Budget Committee chaired by Chungwa in the National Assembly. We sent our troops there with clear instructions, not just on numbers. It was not just the 335 billion, Mr. Speaker. We had clear instructions on how to deal with the managed equipment scheme. Mr. Speaker, we have just now adopted a motion and approved that the issue of managed equipment scheme be deferred to the year 2020. And yet this House has previously passed a motion. We almost killed the chair of the Health Committee, Madam Speaker. The chair of the Health Committee was effectively discharged from his duty by the chair on that particular day over this matter. We have kicked the can along the way the British would call it. Mr. Speaker, we have taken a very lazy approach to issues. We have not helped this country. We have not come up with a position that can guide us in the future. If it were not for the fact that counties need money, Madam Speaker, I would have voted no, and I would have asked the mediation committee to go back and mediate, because I believe in the content and composition of the people we send to mediate. Madam Speaker, the only problem is that the other House sent warmongers and mercenaries and fighters, people whose approach to mediation is banging tables and issuing threats and calling people names and invoking names from high places. Madam Speaker, I have confidence in the team we sent, but the manner in which we have treated the report they have brought back to us is not proper. And if this is what is going to happen, Madam Speaker, that we send people for mediation, and then when they come back, we insist that there shall be no debate, let us vote, then it will be useless to have this senator from Homa Bay, this senator from Turkana sitting here. We are being reduced to voting machines. Finally, Madam Speaker, there are various bodies that follow parliamentary proceedings, particularly in budget making. I know the International Budget Partnership and other bodies have analyzed the manner in which Parliament passes budgets. And over the years, in the 5 years I've been in this Senate, every year they comment that Parliament spends so much time on irrelevancies, and when it comes to the most important function for Parliament, which is budget making, they take positions, they take a vote as a result of institutional bullying. Bullying by their coalitions, bullying by their parties, bullying by forces that are sitting outside Parliament. Madam Speaker, even though I'm happy that counties are going to get some money, I am disappointed that this Senate has failed to come up with a strategy that will secure its relevance in the division of revenue and in budgeting matters for counties. I want to urge the leadership of this House that when we ventilate on these issues, we are not pointing fingers at a particular individual. And I want to assure the leader of majority, because when we were out there having a cup of tea, he seemed to blow up when some of us felt that we needed to debate before voting. I want to assure him it is not about the leader of majority. It is not about the leader of minority. It is not about the people we send for mediation. It is not about the speaker. It is about this House collectively. It is about devolution. Madam Speaker, it is a sad day. The other House is debating this matter, taking advantage of the opportunity to belittle the Senate, and yet we have the inferiority complex that we cannot trust ourselves to engage in debate that will inform and improve this process in the future. I rest my case, Madam Speaker.
Senator Ndwiga Peter Njeru. It's not there. So we go to Senator Mwaura Isaac.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is a very sad day for this House. I'm sitting here very quiet because I can see for sure we are engaging in a very interesting, debate, because, I was reading today, there was a certain prophet who, who believed, like Daniel, he could walk into a den of lions and he was eaten up. So when earlier on, fellow senators were talking about, I think it's Senator Wetangula, talking about the majority leader being in the outer layers of the onion. You know, when you're in the business of peeling onions, you also cry because it's not very nice. And I think that is why Senator Kibiru was also persuaded, because of the crying, to turn away. It's really not something that we want to be proud about. It's a day of shame. And when I look at the people who were constituted to go and mediate for us, these are some of the best brains we have here. Yeah? These are very distinguished senators elected by the people. And when you look at even the team from the National Assembly, we have accountants, we have economists. But the scientific argument was with us. It is still with us. And it is very simple, that if you appropriated the previous year, that allocation becomes the base for the next year. And then you don't even look at the issue of service, you just do the issue of inflation. There is core inflation and the other inflation, so 4, then 6.9%. It was a very well canvassed matter. And some of us who are not in the mediation, we were doing our work in the media, and we were arguing the case in the court of public opinion. But it was so robust. But we are so predetermined with this idea of looking like gentlemen, wearing a suit and singing a lullaby to some high-ender which wants to eat your child. Really, honestly. We must also develop some balls as a Senate. This idea of thinking that this inferiority complex that cascades to every, thinking. Let me not go beyond that. I really want to say that it is a day of shame, and Senator Murkomen was being sarcastic by praising those who went to mediate. I think it is dishonest of Senator Ledama to come here and say that he didn't participate and then he wants to take the high road. No. If you have been given the mandate to go and negotiate for the House, you don't go to negotiate for a bride and then you come saying that the bride price was low. And so therefore, you start blaming the others because, you must be sticking there. And we saw that on TV, where senators were looking marooned, as Aden Duale was bullying people there with my brother, or David Olesankok and others. Really? You have, let me mention them. You have somebody like Mutula Kilozo Jr., I respect you very much. You have somebody like Johnson Sakaja, my brother here. You have somebody like Professor Kamar. All of you there being intimidated by those people. Let's say this. No, nitawakaranga kidogo wache niwaambie. Because we respect you. When you brought the Patel Dam issue, we praised you. Because you made us proud. On this one, on a scale of 1 to 10, a 2 is very fair. Because you have failed us as a House. We are the House of Reason. And I really want to agree with Senator Moses Kajwang. Even when that has happened, we should have taken the opportunity here to advance our scientific cogent argument. so that the nation is seized of this matter and says, because of the braggadocio and the bravado of the National Assembly, intimidated by the executive who bribes them through the CDF, then at least Senate seems to have some modicum of, reasonability, some plausibility. Because now, what is going to happen is that we have set up a precedent, and they want to correct the anomaly by amending the commencement date so that then the appropriations bill may not be seen to have been, passed without the division of revenue bill. So we are even aiding them to do an illegality. No. Let's just be honest, Senator Sakaja. So, because if we do not do this, we will be encouraging ourselves to do so, and the precedents will continue. Madam Speaker, I have voted because my party, that's my party position, but I refuse to accept that that is the way we should have gone,
Senator
Madam Speaker.
Mwaura.
I have made my...
Which point of order, Sakaja, kindly?
Our standing orders are clear. That a member must be responsible for statements of fact. I understand the feelings, and I respect the feelings of Senator Mwaura and many others. But that does not give you, a blank check to say things that are not accurate or true. This Senate has not amended the commencement date of the Division of Revenue Bill. Neither are we aiding the National Assembly in doing that. In fact, the chairman of this committee, mediation committee, has actually informed and told the National Assembly not to try and change the commencement date. So in as much as members might not be happy with the outcome, and it's a few members, because we were guided, let us not misrepresent facts, because those facts stay on the record of the House. The commencement date is when the bill is going to be assented to by the President. Our court case is going on because we cannot have the Appropriation Act done before Division of Revenue, Madam Speaker. And I'm sure you'll give me a chance to also contribute, to give better facts, so that we know we didn't get away with nothing. We got away with certain things as a House.
Senator Mwaura, can you be brief?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I will be proven right in due process, because I am privy to conversations here about the chairman of Budget and Appropriations Committee, Kimani Ichung'wah, actually proposing to amend that date. So if that is the case, because already we've passed, we've already given the carte blanche to do so. We've already just voted. And let me say this, we have not voted on principle. We have voted because we have been intimidated. We voted because that decision was not made within the precincts of Parliament. And I believe we saw by the Constitution, to defend the integrity, the independence of Parliament, that is where I stand.
Senator Mbogo George Chiloayako. And kindly let us be brief, considering that we already had voted on this.
Thank you,
and
Madam
we're just making general comments.
Madam Speaker, if you push that we be brief, we lose comment. We tried pleading with the Speaker ahead to give us time, and it was declined. So I want to plead with you to allow me or anybody as much or as allowable time to speak freely without being intimidated by our own leadership. Now, Madam Speaker, I voted no in this matter, and I want to say it so openly that I voted no. Not that I did not want money to go to counties, but I am very disappointed at the way we are conducting ourselves. We have been harassed there by people who do not believe in proper debate, people who are not civilized. Then we bring that heat and harass ourselves here by denying ourselves opportunity to debate freely this matter. Madam Speaker, you had a very senior senator, Professor Ongeri, pleading that the distinguished residents of Kisii should hear at least what he should be saying about the division of revenue, but he was not allowed the opportunity. So it is important, when I got the opportunity to vote, I voted no as my own way of civil disobedience, and I wanted to stand out as a person who is defying what is going on. Madam Speaker, a while ago in this House, when the Deputy Speaker was presiding, a motion and a bill was brought to this House from the National Assembly, and we were of the considered view that since the National Assembly had trashed the Senate version of the Division of Revenue Bill, we should not have debated the version that came from the National Assembly. the same oppressive resolutions were inflicted upon us, and we were denied opportunity to debate the matter. We were told that we should be gentle, we should consider these matters kindly, and allow debate. We went ahead and amended what we have now conceded. We amended what came from the National Assembly from 316 to 335. We did so under a lot of pressure and intimidation. And look at where we are now. We have nothing, and we are ashamed to admit that we have nothing. And we continue to gag even those of us who want to express disappointment at what has gone on. Madam Speaker, I want to plead with us in future that we should not be afraid of being seen to stand for what we believe in. We should not want to appear to be correct all the time. This idea of correctness all the time is what is going to kill this house. We are like, unfortunately, a girl who has been raped and is not even given the opportunity to mourn and heal, is being asked to agree to being raped again. That is a very sad situation and very disappointing. So, Madam Speaker, in the future, I want to plead with our leadership to do what the Speaker of the Commons, and the Speaker of the Commons is resigning very soon, Speaker Biko. He said that his mandate, and he's been elected as Speaker so many times, is to encourage...
Senator Shula Yako, there is a point of order from Senator Faria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am tired and sick and tired of women being used in a bad light all the time to give an explanation. I think this House needs to respect women better. Like a lady who's been raped and she's not given time to heal. Why do we use such an example? There are so many other examples that we can use. They are already harassed enough, intimidated enough, abused enough. We don't need to bring it into this House. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Chulo, you want to say something about that?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sorry for using that very unfortunate example, but I'm also feeling like a man who has been raped and who's pleading to be raped again. Even men get raped nowadays. And raping men is a little more painful than it is raping other people. So it's very painful. Men get raped, and it is within the law. So, Madam Speaker, I wanted to say that the Speaker of Commons, Speaker Beko, he takes pride in having been elected a Speaker many times. And he says that his mandate is to allow as many members of Commons to debate as possible. And he actually encourages members of the backbench to debate as much as they can. In Senate, we are only 67. Fortunately, we have a lot of time, and we brag that we are wise people who should be given time to ventilate. I find it unfortunate that we hardly ever have opportunity for our professor from the great country of Turkana to have opportunity to ventilate. It's nice to listen to professor. So we cannot have a situation where we're in a hurry to be automated into voting and where we do not have opportunity to persuade one another, and we are actually our own greatest enemy. In fact, even this opportunity to remark after vote has been taken, I think it's like talking about horses that have bolted. This is an embarrassment, it is shameful, and if we continue with this trend, then we do not see why we should be invited to provide a quorum and vote. We should not, we actually don't see why opportunity cannot be given to many of us. We even had a Kamukunji here, and it was said in that Kamukunji, Madam Speaker, that the debates that we should be having are about things that are dear to us. Today, we have been giving ourselves too much time debating things that are not relevant, but when it comes to the most important function of the Senate, we are gagged, we are put under a lot of pressure. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I beg to continue my protestation.
Senator Sakaja. Please, we are no longer debating on the issue. We are just making general comments. Having concluded and put a question on the motion.
It is difficult to know the difference. But this is a different motion because already the bill pronouncement has been made. Madam Speaker, I just want to say two things. I do understand the feeling that members have. The gain, success is measured by what you had set out to achieve. And for us, it was not just about an amount, Madam Speaker. Of course, there's what we wanted as an amount, but also the process. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the team because from now going forward, if you actually look at our report, and I would urge Senator Kajwang, as well as Maura and Ochilo, to actually look at the report. Because during this stalemate, the only beneficiary of this stalemate, Senator Ochilo, through the Speaker, was the national government. Because right now, there is no pressure on cash flow. Because counties are not getting their money. So the national government is spending. We are getting our salaries in the Senate. But the people in the county had not been receiving their money. As a result of this, because this is something that happens every year, Madam Speaker, we have said that the PFM Act amendment, which has already started in the National Assembly, will make sure that at no one time, Madam Speaker, will one level of government suffer when division of revenue has not been done. That is a gain. Because previously, that did not exist. And if this pressure was not there, because today, apart from Nairobi County, and possibly very few other counties, your workers in your counties do not have salaries. So yes, we'd have refused. They'd have stuck on 316. We stick on 335. An eye for an eye, we both lose our sight. National government will go on operating. They have appropriated. We're in court. The court process is not being expedited because they don't want to look like they're interfering with the Senate. Who suffers? It is the people in the county. So we said, let us agree on whatever amount it is, but let us put in this report and in the law, number one, that appropriation must be done after division. And in the absence of that, when there is a stalemate, it is not that one level of government, the national or the county, can be able to draw money while another one is suffering. That is a gain, Madam Speaker. Secondly, Madam Speaker, we've said, and we were deeply embarrassed because when we were in that mediation on the medical equipment scheme, they asked us for something very simple. They said, okay, you're saying this, but where is the report from the Senate? There is no report. Where is a report saying what, the audit you've done, the issues around medical equipment scheme? We do not have a report, Madam Speaker. So actually, it was quite embarrassing to say that, yes, we've discussed it at plenary, but to date, not the Public Accounts Committee, nor the Health Committee have actually given us a report on the actual audit issues or the prudence issues, the fiscal issues to do with medical equipment scheme. The Devolution Committee has not issued a report to say how the Control of Budget has authority to actually disburse money to a level of government to a devolved function that is actually of another level of government. So it was us, ourselves, who are being insincere with ourselves, Madam Speaker. But what have we agreed? That before the next division of revenue is done, that ad hoc joint committee must have given its report. So, Madam Speaker.
Senator Faria.
It's just a point of information that if I was the Auditor General of this country, I would have disallowed all the costs that were paid prior to today for national government. So that's how serious this issue is. Because you cannot appropriate something you don't have. Thank you.
Senator Sakaja,
I don't know whether to comment
you have
on
the
that.
expert there.
Madam Speaker, it is not the Auditor General. Actually, it's the control of budget. Because the Auditor General does not participate in the day-to-day approval of disbursements to counties. The control of budget is the one who needs to be satisfied that an appropriation is actually legal and legally before she agrees on that, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, that is why we're in court. For it to be made clear that you cannot appropriate before division of revenue has actually been done. So it is true, we'd have wanted more amounts of money. But we will still be in that perpetual cycle that even next year, if we don't agree, counties will suffer, they will not get money. Once we do this process, Madam Speaker, it will be very clear that and in fact, if we had the luxury, if we had this before, that counties, yes, are still getting the amount of money, even if it's 15% or even if it's 50%, we'd have held our ground. But today, Madam Speaker, there are people who cannot pay rent in the counties. There are people whose children cannot go to school. There are people with mortgages and loans, and we want to act brave and say, oh no, we're the strongest people. We want to act with so much bravado, yet the common person is suffering. We are enjoying our salaries in the Senate. Shame on us, Madam Speaker, if that is our attitude, So sometimes you make incremental, sometimes, Madam Speaker, you make incremental gains
Madam Speaker, on an issue. And I am very proud that as a Senate we've made an incremental gain.
A point of order from Senator Kajwang.
Madam Speaker, it might be, and you'll guide us whether it is in order, for the good senator for Nairobi to attempt to insinuate that those of us who have spoken fairly strongly against this process wanted a shutdown of counties. Because, Madam Speaker, in my comments, all we are saying is that we ought to have been given an opportunity to debate before voting. We are not saying that they should not have reported back to us. They are our agents. They've brought back a report to this House. And, Madam Speaker, all those who spoke to that report are the same agents. We wanted the principals to talk to it, debate it, then we vote. It must be clear to Senator Sakaja that we are not saying that they shouldn't have agreed. We just wanted an opportunity to debate on that agreement. Yesterday, this House adjourned at 5:30 p.m. There is nothing wrong. Right now, the House is empty for us to spend the afternoon and taxpayers' money debating before putting the matter to a vote. So I just wanted to clarify so that Senator Sakaja does not pursue the line that we felt that they shouldn't have agreed. We agree with their position. We just felt it should have been subjected to debate, Madam Speaker.
Senator Sakaja.
Madam Speaker, I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about whether members should have been agreed to debate or not. That is the purview of the Speaker. And I'm not the Speaker. Madam Speaker, secondly, on the issue of people who I'm trying to insinuate that members wanted a shutdown, it is not an insinuation.
Senator Chilo Ayako.
Point of order. My point of order is you heard Senator Sakaja casting aspersion on members of the Senate and members of Parliament for earning salaries, and giving an impression that the fact that we were earning salaries, which is our constitutional and industrial entitlement, that it was wrong for us to earn salaries when other or devolved units were not getting what they were getting. So is it in order for him to criminalize the fact that we were earning our salaries and the president was earning his salaries and the National Assembly were doing the same? Is it in order to concede and continue conceding even when he should not concede?
Senator Sakaja.
Madam Speaker, I wish you allowed me to answer to finish answering the first point. Then I shall come to Senator Chilo Ayako's point. We're not attempting to insinuate that any members wanted a shutdown. It is not an insinuation, it's a matter of fact. Because a shutdown is not launched like a project. It is the inevitable outcome of us not having done division of revenue that counties are not getting money. So it is just the inevitable outcome of this process that we're going into. And number two, Madam Speaker, this committee was sent by the Senate to go and agree. We had a Kamkunji. Members agreed. And they sent us to do that. Secondly, what Senator Chilo Ayako is saying, I stand by my words, Madam Speaker, because we cannot attempt to be insensitive to the fact that we are able to enjoy our salaries. Yes, it's our constitutional right. It is also the constitutional right of nurses in Migori to earn their salaries. It is also their constitutional right. So we must be able to be sensitive enough to say that we must secure this process such that next year, if we do not agree, the nurses in Migori will still be earning their salary while we haggle on the amount of money. That is what we've gained, and that is success for the Senate. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are not debating.
Senator Orengo James.
Madam Speaker, I had already spoken on the main motion, but I just wanted to add, as a matter of general comment, that we should think about the great story in the Bible about King Solomon, who is very well known for his wisdom, that when two women were fighting over a child, he decided to award the child. There was a provisional award he gave to the mother, the woman who would rather have the child die, have the child split. But eventually, when he realized that the real mother would rather have the child live and be given to another lady, King Solomon, in his final award or decree, gave the child to the real mother. Now, we between us and the National Assembly, and if you hear their speeches, they're not interested in this devolution thing. In fact, they are calling governors thieves as a justification for not giving money to the counties. I think we should look at this in terms of the fact that the Senate was trying to save the counties. Right now, we want to go to Kitui, and in Kitui, there's a strike there of the workers, the county government and the county assembly. So probably when we go there, we may not have the services that we think we are going to have in Kitui. So I think there was a great danger, the way this thing is going, that there are some forces within government, particularly, in fact, in all the arms of the government, who are not ready to have devolution prosper, and they would rather kill devolution. But the second issue that I wanted to speak about, out of what has happened during the debate, and there I want to agree with Senator Chilayako, that we should allow debate. We should never be seen to be in a hurry. In fact, I remember in the National Assembly when we were there were very few of us, only 7. And the Speaker, Marty, would always allow that we get a chance. He would even extend the debate for days and days and days. And therefore, I hope that in any matter which is going to come before the Senate, we allow debate. Sometimes when you look at the record of a debate, it's not so much those who have won in terms of votes, but what was said during the debate. There used to be a senator called Serone. He was a very dull speaker. When he's speaking in the National Assembly, he was one, even the gallery would be empty. But you read the headlines in the news tomorrow, it will all be about Serone. And most of the time he was in the minority. But he was saying a lot of things of substance and quoting Shakespeare. And he was a lawyer of no mean repute. So we want, after 10 years, after we have made certain decisions, people will go on, to the Hansard and try to find out what did the senator, let's say for Migori, say on this issue. I've seen that trend that we tend to think that because we want to vote, we must limit debate. This thing about giving people 2 minutes, 5 minutes, I don't know where it is coming from. I was used to, when as a young parliamentarian, I think one time I just tried to beat Shikuku's record because Shikuku could speak from Tuesday to the next Tuesday, 7 days. And there was one time when I made it for 2 weeks. I started on Tuesday, on Wednesday, Thursday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And it was quite normal. So I think we should, and then we should never expect that all the time when senators are going to vote, they're going to vote yes or no. I think that is also wrong. When somebody votes no, it is not a transgression. And we should be able to live up with it. In the Senate, we are beginning to get happy with this idea that when we vote as a house, there's a sign of maturity. I think that's a sign of laziness and not knowing what we should be doing. I'm very happy that on this issue, there are 3 people who voted against the motion. In fact, they should have had 5 or 6. Not saying that it should have failed. But I think we are getting too cozy with the way we handle things here, that when somebody votes against a motion, it's taken against him. And I heard somebody saying that your bills are coming, we're going to kill them. And I think that was being said with part of the leadership in this House. And I don't think that was right. Madam Speaker, otherwise, I think let's not call it a day of shame. I think it's a day to remember. And knowing that we have a case in court next week, let us see what we can make out of it. Because the last time when we had this problem, we went to the Supreme Court and we came back with flying colors. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Kilonzo Mutulejina.
It's not fair to speak after Orengo. He's my leader in many ways, both as my senior in the profession and my leader here. But now that you have allowed me the privilege, normally in court I would seek his leave, and you know that as Madam Speaker. Let me say this. One, when I was mobilizing as whip for people to vote, I was quite prepared for senators to vote no, because it's their entitlement, it's their right. I spoke to Senator Kajwang and Senator Ochilo Ayako and Senator Professor Ekal in the Senate lounge, and they were very upset about the way they were handled by one of the leaders. And I told them they can come and express their disappointment in their vote, which is their right. The second thing is, I must say that most often than not, when we are given a responsibility, sometimes we become very defensive, even when we are accused of having failed, etc., etc. Let me just say that I want to accept that we failed. But this Senate sent us to the mediation committee to fetch water with sieves who are not to get anything. So I accept. But I want to disclose, because I have said that out of the senators who are in this house, I'm the only one who has sat in all the mediations of Division of Revenue. And we had a mediation in 2017. And to my colleagues, particularly on the minority side, I want you to go, and before you do, think about the story of Saul becoming Paul, the parable of the road to Damascus. The people who agreed with us, inevitably, in all mediations, Senator Ochilo Ayako and Senator Moses Kajwang, the people who agreed with us, because we are even numbers in mediation, since 2014, were the members of the opposition in the National Assembly. This is the problem of handshake. This time round, handshake has caused the members of opposition to behave like finance ministers of government. The most insults came from members of the minority side, which I belong. And I sat there in shame, because I do not have the talent of insulting people. I don't know how to do it. You don't use your brain. I don't know what you use to insult people. I don't know what part of your brain or your body causes you to hurl insults, you know, like a child in front of TV and be so happy and sleep well at night. I don't know how to do it. Perhaps that's the reason I didn't like politics. But Madam Speaker, I want to say this. For the future, it was going to be a tragedy to go to Kitui and workers are on strike because they have no salaries. And we have spent 50, 60 million shillings out of the impugned Appropriation Act signed by Uhuru Kenyatta, where we have been given salaries. It's such a contradiction. Please, members, look into your souls to think that what is good for the goose must be good for the gander. The person who voted for you is sleeping hungry while you get your night allowance, sitting allowance, etc., etc. That doesn't mean that 316 is fair. I said the president should not have gotten involved in this matter by making pronouncements when it was our work. I repeat those statements. They are not right. But in the future, and through BBI, I hope we can resolve the crisis in Article 218, Article 221, and then Senator Moses Kajwang and your committee, we want you to hang 3 governors for us.
Senator Mbogo, George Ochilo, you have an intervention. He was ahead of you.
A point of order to my very good learned colleague and my whip, Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr. Madam Speaker, you heard him say that he doesn't know how to go for mediation when the other side is abusive, the other side is arrogant. Now, Madam Speaker, you know that these mediations are a constitutional...
He didn't say that he doesn't know how to go for mediation. He says he doesn't know how to be in mediation and abuse people.
Yeah, he said that he doesn't know how to do mediation and abuse people. But, Madam Speaker, he gave the impression that such a kind of climate is very difficult for him to participate in or engage in. Now, mediation is a constitutional duty. It's also a statutory duty. is it in order for the whip, who is a leader, and we respect him very much, to show that he is giving up when the other side is intending to continue being abusive, and even in future mediation, the other side will be very abusive, very condescending in their remarks, and very vitriolic? Would I be in order to ask him to confirm whether all of us should give up and say that if we are abused, we just say yes and thank them, like Jesus said, turn the other cheek?
Senator Mutula.
What I just didn't want to say in simple terms is that I thought that in any mediation, the people who go for mediation, and if you look at the Supreme Court advisory opinion, they advise that the people who go to mediation must be a certain caliber of people who can sit and mediate. I don't know how to go to a meeting without carrying my brain. So if that is a prescription of a mediator, then
Senator Mutula, do you want information from Senator
yes.
Sakanya?
Yes, why not?
Madam Speaker, it is interesting that even as we're debating here, there's a lady called Anjoy Mutegi, who is from Tharaka-Nithi County, just sending me a message. And allow me to read it. She says, hey Mwesh, in our county Tharaka-Nithi, in the assembly, this third month no salary. What is up? Now senators agreed. I said, yes, we're resolving. She said, it's taking too long. She has sent her daughter to school with fare and shopping only, no fees. Madam Speaker, this is one person. I just want to underscore that we cannot be insensitive or not even insensitive. We cannot be blind to the fact that actually people are actually suffering. Today we've passed this report. County allocation of revenue, possibly we'll do in Kitui. After that, we need to do cash disbursement schedule. It is possible July, August, September, and possibly even October salaries might not be there. Because by the time cash disbursement is done, we're talking about mid-October, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to bring that information to Senator Mutula into the House. It is actually a bad situation.
Senator Mutula, kindly conclude.
I was concluding to say that this is a very untidy situation. I said that Senator Sakaja, myself, and others, Senator Kibiru, the distinguished landlord from Kirinyaga, we thought that you chose us because we have good brains, not because we know how to throw water or insults or things like that. But lastly, to say that part of the problem we have, and Senator Kajwang is here, is that we are accused of giving governors too much, even when we are giving them too little. So I think we must match our words and actions with something. The governors who are misusing funds, Senator Kajwang, bring them here. Let's postpone every business we are doing and hang these governors one by one. Let's not, while you complain that governors, that National Assembly has taken over our role, the DPP has taken over the work of oversight by looking for governors all over the place under the sea, and others are hiding. And Judge Mumbi Ngugi must make a ruling. Those are the things that this Senate must stand for and say, if a governor is found to have committed a crime, don't step into that county, don't go to the office. Let's make law ourselves and not wait for Mumbi Ngugi, because she has filled a gap of our oversight. The DPP is filling a gap of our oversight by looking for the governor for Kiambu and others who are doing funny things with our money. Thank you.
Honorable Senators, I think we've made enough of general comments on the division of revenue, mediation on the division of revenue bill, and I therefore ask that we move to the next order.
Order number 7, statements.
Point of order, Senator Faki.
To take you back, but this is the second time I'm pressing. I've not been seen by the Speaker to speak on this issue. I do not wish to say much, but it's been a trend in this House that some of us are not seen to speak in this House. And at the end of the day, we are not here to speak for ourselves. We are speaking for the electorate that elected us into this House. So we should be given an opportunity to express our views, because that's what we are paid to do, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Next order.
Order number 11, Committee of the Whole. Order number 12, Committee of the Whole. Order number 13, Committee of the Whole. Order number 14, Committee of the Whole on the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 9 of 2019.
Honorable Senators, I'm informed that we are unable to proceed with Order 12, 13, and 14, and the same therefore stands deferred to another date. Sorry, we are deferring Order 11. I have just explained that we are deferring because we have been advised that they cannot proceed. Order 12, 13, and 14. Next order.
Order number 15, motion, planting of trees along major infrastructure
There is
projects.
a point of, sorry, can you take your seat? There is a point of order from Senator Sakaja.
Madam Speaker, I just want to register my disappointment at the number of items we are deferring. I've been waiting to pass amendments that my committee processed months and months ago on the bill by Senator Ledama. In fact, we even agreed here on which ones we will still pursue. Yet when it comes to the matter, we were not able to process, Madam Speaker. Normally, when you miss one chair, the protestation in this House goes to high heavens, that chairmen are not coming to Parliament. Madam Speaker, I just want to register that disappointment, and please, when it's scheduled again, especially on the retirement benefits, I'll ask that the Office of the Clerk informs us in good time. Thank you.
Yes, for Senator Sakaja, it is disappointing that we have to postpone, but you can see that Senator Ledama, the sponsor of the order number 11, is not there. The same to 12, the same to 13, and for 14, I'm told the committee has asked that it be deferred, so those are the reasons, and that is the position. Senator Mutula Kilonzo.
Madam Speaker, understanding order number 59.3, where no senator moves a motion at the time specified by under this standing order, such motion shall not be published again in the order paper during the same session except with the leave of the Speaker. Madam Speaker, this again should apply to Committee of the Whole, where in order number 12, 13, and 14, 12 and 11, 12, and 13, if there's no reason or explanation from the movers, it should be dropped so that the other committees of the whole that are pending can be moved, because there's no reason why some of them, as whips, we have mobilized people to be here, and when their orders are called, they have left without giving you an explanation. So, Madam Speaker, we would like to know from your desk whether in order number 11, 12, and 13, there has been an explanation from the movers or committees. Thank you.
For orders, for order number 14, I have informed the House that the committee is still working on some issues, and they have therefore sought that it be deferred. On orders number 11, 12, and 13, I make a ruling that probably I make a ruling that it goes back for discussion under the SBC, so that we know whether in future we should be applying this particular rule, because I don't have other explanation other than that the movers are not here. And remember, Honorable Senators, this is not the first time we're discussing people not attending to business. We have severally talked about, on many occasions, talked about chairmen not being there to move, to attend to matters, to even attend to statements. We have severally talked about this issue of members not being there when their business is on the order paper. So I will be asking that, as already ordered, that this be considered by the SBC for future engagements on how members will conduct themselves. Next order.
Order number 15, motion, planting of trees along major infrastructure projects in Kenya.
Senator Charles Kibiru.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, highlights to Madam Speaker, that aware of numerous benefits that trees play an environmental conservation, combating climate change, air and pollution, air and water purification, carbon sequestration, flood control, prevention of soil erosion, human and wildlife sustenance, urban planning, as well as other social and economic benefits. Noting that Kenya has and continue to implement various infrastructure projects across the country, among them railways, roads and highways, airports, sea and inland ports, pipelines, dams, among others. Concerned by the extent of environmental degradation that takes place when undertaking such infrastructure projects, entailing clearance of trees, foliage, soils, logs, excavation of quarries, interference with forests, wetlands, rivers, drainage systems, and other embankments, as well as human and wildlife displacement along the paths of the infrastructure projects. Acknowledging that the Environmental Management and Coordination Act number 8 of 1999 and the guidelines issued thereon require an environmental audit to be undertaken before any infrastructure projects are undertaken, with a view to identifying potential environmental impacts of the proposed project, assessing the significance of those impacts, and proposing mitigation measures to address negative impacts of the said projects on the environment. Concerns, however, that the implementation of these provisions has failed to comprehensively address the continued large-scale environmental degradation that takes place during the construction of these infrastructure projects, and that mitigation measures undertaken thereon have failed to compensate for the damage done to the environment, as well as negative effect to human and wildlife populations along the infrastructure project's paths. Aware that the national government has launched an ambitious plan to plant 1.8 billion trees by year 2022, with the view of enhancing the country's tree cover from 6.2% to globally acceptable minimum of 10%, and that this entails, among others, planting at least 1 million trees annually in each of the 47 counties, underscoring the need to balance between development and sustainable environment management for the benefit of present and future generations, as enshrined in the preamble of the Constitution of Kenya, noting that planting of trees buffers alongside and around major infrastructure projects in the country would help offset the carbon footprint of these projects, enhance the beauty and aesthetics of the projects, create safe spaces for human recreations and for wildlife to thrive, and help in meeting the target of 10% national tree cover by the year 2022. Now thereof, the Senate resolves that the national government, together with the county governments, formulate a policy mandating the planting of trees alongside and around the major infrastructure projects along the country, setting out the laws of the various actors at both the national and county levels, and outlining the insensitive and penalties to ensure that the policy is complied with, in ensuring a balance is attained between development and environmental conservation. Madam Speaker, I would never want to stand here and overemphasize the importance of trees. When I was young and when we were in primary school, Madam Speaker, one of the days that we cherished, though we were not sure about the leadership then, was the day the former president, Daniel Arap Moi, had declared a tree planting day. As primary school kids, we would really love that day because we would go and plant trees that day. Madam Speaker, if you move across central Kenya and probably most of the other parts of the country, as you drive along the Nyeri, the Murang'a, the Keno Nyeri Road, you see a lot of trees that has come up in that period that we are talking about. Madam Speaker, it's because of this day that the former president had declared that it is a tree planting day. For no other reason, Madam Speaker, I think we need to recognize the former president for coming up with that day, which was almost a holiday that would go to plant trees. Why trees, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, trees have serious benefits that we can talk about until tomorrow. We start, Madam Speaker, like it has clearly been stated and scientifically proved, that the climate change is coming because of deforestation. Like when we are talking about 6.2% of the in our country and just targeting about 10%, there are countries, Madam Speaker, that are almost 40% in forest cover. I think we need to up our game. And Madam Speaker, my thinking and the proposal and the motion intention is that for every project that the government gives, can we be able to clearly state that if you are building a dual carriage, you are like we have a lot of infrastructure coming up. Let's have trees along the road. Madam Speaker, I have seen a lot of roads, a lot of infrastructure. I move around in this country, but as it has been stated at the beginning of the construction of roads, the first thing that people do is to cut down the trees and probably not replace the trees. I want to give an example. The new road that is being constructed, the dual carriage from Kenno to Marwa, when we went for a stakeholders meeting, we did ask them to give us the population of the trees that are in that road before they can start construction, so that we would want them to double the population of the trees that they will cut down. Madam Speaker, if every project is given such conditions, I think we will achieve our 10% forest cover faster than it has been planned. Madam Speaker, when we talk about trees, we are saying it contributes, it is said that it contributes, the forestry products that contributes to about 8 billion of the GDP, in the GDP of this country. Madam Speaker, that is an area of employment. It employed quite a number of people in terms of the food, the wood products that we produce in this country. If only we can be able to achieve the kind of forest cover that we are talking about, be able to plant the trees, both exotic and indigenous trees. Madam Speaker, even the issue of when we talk about some industries collapsing because of lack of raw materials to produce the wood products, I think we can mitigate that. Madam Speaker, we need also to agree that the farming in the forests, in the reserves of the forests, sometimes it could be allowed, like it has happened in Kenale. But then the point is, how do we ensure that the husbandry of the trees that has been planted, it is well done, it is well taken care of? Madam Speaker, there is the issue of clean air, and when we talk about the pollution in this country and in the world for that matter, we see a situation where we have many diseases, especially respiratory diseases that are in the air because our air is contaminated. One way of trying to mitigate and do preventive methods of preventing some of these diseases is to ensure that we have green, we plant trees that can filtrate, can be able to filtrate the dusts, be able to filtrate the particles that come out of the many activities that are being carried out. With that, we would be able to get clean air. Remember, Madam Speaker, when we talk about the highways and the infrastructure, there is a lot of emission, carbon emissions from the combustion of the fossil oil from the fuels that the cars take that pass through the road. So it is important, especially for the roads that are being built along the highways where people are living along the highway, we ensure that both the contractors of the road and the people living next to the road are impressed upon to plant trees, Madam Speaker. I've seen it, I saw it in America, that if you are doing a road that you are near the home dwelling areas, it is mandatory that you must plant a shield, a line of trees, so that the emissions are first captured by the trees before it gets into the homes. Madam Speaker, especially for the young ones, this becomes a serious issue because of it causes a lot of respiratory challenges. Madam Speaker, again, when we look at the trees, we talk about medicinal, herbal medicines, and Mutura Kironzo, where he comes from, I think they are very good in herbal medicine. So I think, Madam Speaker, as we plant trees, we need to agree that we have a lot of benefits, including medicines from the indigenous trees. Madam Speaker, so as we plant trees, whether in our homesteads, whether in our on the highways, Madam Speaker, it is very important that we encourage planting of trees that have medicinal value. Together with that, Madam Speaker, we are talking about manufacturing, value addition. Madam Speaker, trees are a source of raw materials for manufacturing or production. A mango tree, an orange tree, a lemon tree, a tree tomato, name them. They are sources of materials for not just for production, but for our healthy concerns. Because, Madam Speaker, we know now that avocados are very nutritious. They are good for beauty care. They are good for our bodies, and I think that is a fruit that has really captured. So, assuming, Madam Speaker, that we agree that we plant even avocados along the way, I'm sure as we pass by or people walk along the roads, will be able to eat the ripe oranges, ripe avocados, and we'll have a healthy nation. Madam Speaker, so we have the benefit of having the trees, the beauty of the trees, the landscaping that looks beautiful, and when you see something that is beautiful, it is also therapeutic. It gives you hope. It makes you happy when you see the greens as you pass by, Madam Speaker. So it is a double win, where you eat fruits, you become healthy. You breathe good air, you become healthy. So what are we saying? In a spectrum of a number of issues that we would want to address in this country, starting from enhancing production, enhancing issues of health, now that we're talking even about universal health care, we need to do preventive care, where we are able to encourage people, plant trees, plant medicinal trees, plant fruit trees, and plant indigenous and the other trees, Madam Speaker. So we look at the spectrum of a number of issues, and we would be able to get a lot of benefits from the trees. Madam Speaker, as I stand here, Madam Speaker, I plant trees, and I'm a fan of trees, and I can tell you, Madam Speaker, and I can state here very clearly, not even my mom who can cut a tree in our home without consulting me, because I think I love trees. In the last 10 years or so, Madam Speaker, I must have planted over 100,000 trees. Where I come from and where I am working when I'm not in the Senate, Madam Speaker, we have put in laws that if you are to build a home, you must, on a minimum, plant 8 trees in your quarter-acre plot. So what are we saying? It is for the benefit of today, tomorrow, and the generations to come when we plant the trees. Madam Speaker, I don't want to get involved in the issues of the Mau forest, but Madam Speaker, that is catastrophic. When we are talking about the sources of our livelihood, the sources of the waters that we take, the sources of our livers, Madam Speaker, I think it is an issue that we don't need to joke about with. It is an issue that we need to take very seriously. So when we talk about planting trees both at the infrastructure, where we have reserves and where we have government lands, can we, Madam Speaker, as a Senate, agree that the government, both national and the county government, need to be able to persuade people by way of legislation, by way of bylaws, or by way of forcing people to plant trees. I wish we can have a situation where, like in China, you can divert a load at a very expensive cost just to avoid a tree. You detour from the design of the road so that you don't uproot a tree. Madam Speaker, in the country like China, even a very tall tree, if it has to be brought down, it can only be transplanted. You move around the world, you see good equipment where you are able to uproot a tree and transplant it as it is. Be able to husband, to nurture it until it revives and survives. A tree, cutting a tree in some places, like I said in China, is almost criminal. You can be jailed, you can be you can be fined heavily. So, Madam Speaker, I think these are the things that we need to bring back. Previously, I would see during the Chiefs Act, when I was young, and like I said, I love trees from a long time ago. You will not cut some trees without getting a permit from the local chief, the local assistant chief. In fact, it went that way, not even the local assistant chief, you must get it from the chief himself, so that we can be able to preserve some of the trees. Madam Speaker, from the community that I come from, we have some sacred trees, like the Mogumo tree. These are trees that if one falls just like that, Madam Speaker, the community feels that that's a bad omen. So the love for trees, the value for trees, both intrinsic and economically and otherwise, cannot be overemphasized, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, let the Senate, like we have said, we are protectors of the counties, protect the counties in all fields. Madam Speaker, if we have healthy constituents in our citizens of our counties, and cumulatively we have a healthy Kenya, then we will be able to move ahead. Madam Speaker, assuming we plant a lot of trees, we get excess of the over 10%, we get in excess of maybe 15, 20%, it becomes a serious source of income. As you see, Madam Speaker, where we are seated, and you look aloud, the praise looks very beautiful. The why it looks beautiful, exotic, is because of the wood that has been used. This tree that we are seeing around, and I can see it is one of those indigenous trees, the wood that has been used here, it took 30, 40 years to mature to be where it is. So some of the trees that I'm saying and we are emphasizing we plant today would take a long time for it to mature to be able to get this kind of wood that would make places look beautiful like this. And like I have said, this beauty is also the repartic. It makes a senator like Kajwang to feel good even when he is challenged by some issues in the Senate. So, Madam Speaker, I think we can talk, we can be able to eliminate a number of issues about the issues of the trees. But as I conclude, Madam Speaker, one of the other things that the former president, and I'm not praising him because I understand in the 24 years that he ruled us, they were not the best, and I never belonged to Kanu at any one time. But together with the tree planting, there is the momonyoko wa udongo and the erosion that we were talking about. Madam Speaker, trees prevent soil erosion. The silting of some of the rivers, the dams that we are seeing is because we have bare roads. If we can be able to plant a number of trees along the riverbeds and not the eucalyptus, Madam Speaker, would also be able to prevent soil erosion. Cumulatively, the total benefits, Madam Speaker, is humongous. It is quite a lot that we can be able to get out of trees. Madam Speaker, I beg to, is it to move? I beg to move and ask Senator Kajwangi to second.
Senator Kajwang, Moses.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to second this motion by the distinguished senator for Kirinyaga, Senator Kibiru. The motion that calls for planting of trees along major infrastructure projects in Kenya. And Madam Speaker, I second this motion with a lot of pleasure because these are some of the things that also give me pleasure. When you plant trees today, it means that you are planning for the future. It means that you are already writing a will, bequeathing something for future generations. Because a tree is not something that you'll plant now. It is not like Simon Makonde, who was born on Monday, went to school on Tuesday, and eventually died on Friday. A tree has a longer life. A tree guarantees that future generations will be water secure. It guarantees that the air that our children will breathe in future will be clean air. It guarantees that our future generations will have food. It guarantees even that future generations will have medicine. I support this because I've seen a lot of infrastructure projects, grand infrastructure projects in this republic. Beautiful roads that have been built in rich areas, but on the embankments, on the sides of those projects, there's absolutely nothing. Madam Speaker, as a result of some of the strategic political partnerships in the past, the people of Homa Bay County benefited from certain infrastructure projects. It was terrible driving from Kindu Bay Town to Homa Bay Town not too long ago. Those children who are born recently and the women who are married into Homa Bay County recently might imagine that it has always been that comfortable. Madam Speaker, there were years when it would take hours upon hours to move from Kindu Bay to Homa Bay, a distance of only 30 kilometers because of the poor state of the road. That road was fixed during the Grand Coalition government. It was even more difficult moving from Homa Bay Town to Mbita Town, which is my hometown. Madam Speaker, I do remember the days when we had to go to school, when we had to travel out of the village to go to boarding schools, how difficult it was, how we used to rely on lifts from private motor vehicle owners simply because of the road. Again, this road was built during the Grand Coalition government, and now we have a beautiful road that snakes all the way from Kindu Bay into Homa Bay Town and all the way to Mbita Town. Madam Speaker, unfortunately, on the sides of those roads, there is nothing. It is just bush. It is just, there's just nothingness, if I'm allowed to use that word. Senator Kibiru's motion would have compelled the people running this project to ensure that part of the deliverables on those infrastructure projects would be trees that would create a boulevard, a beautiful, calm and shaded boulevard running from Kindu Bay into Homa Bay all the way to Mbita Town. And how wonderful that would have been, Madam Speaker. Those who visited Kisumu City before this road from the airport to the CBD was redone. And it has been done very well, Madam Speaker. It's a wonderful, smooth road. And sometimes we say strategic political partnerships can pay for people, particularly when the leaders know what the end game is. Kisumu City has a beautiful road from the airport, and it's not just from the airport, it goes all the way to Kakamega, and I remember the president was there to launch the one, Mamboleo, going all the way to Kakamega, and the other various arteries. But before that, the drive from the airport in Kisumu to the CBD, there was a beautiful boulevard of trees. And Madam Speaker, I remember these trees used to produce a red flower. I'm not sure whether it was a nandiflem tree or which tree, but it was a very wonderful boulevard that would tell you that you are in Kisumu. When the new road was being done, all the trees were cut down. Now we have a dual carriage with all sorts of metallic structures all around, but the beauty of the trees are gone. When you're driving into Nakuru, Madam Speaker, back in the days, I'm not certain whether it's still there. Nakuru, the highways used to be lined with trees. And I still see a little bit of them, but with the expansion of the road, probably those trees have disappeared. We need to bring back that discipline back to our infrastructure projects. We need to, through this motion, make it then mandatory that those people in public works, those people in charge of these grand infrastructure projects, will also have an environmental concern as they execute them. Madam Speaker, the statistics look bleak indeed, that the current forest cover in Kenya is only 7.4%, and the recommended average is 10%. If you look at the close canopy forest in this republic, it stands at 2%. The African average is about 9.3%, whereas the global average is far much higher. It is this forest that provides us with the water that we drink. It is this forest that provides us with the clean air that we breathe. It is the neem trees that the pioneers and the visionaries in particularly the coastal area planted that provide us with medicine and medicinal extracts that can lead us into the future. Madam Speaker, there was a task force that was set up. It was called Task Force on Forest Resources Management and Logging Activities. This task force reported back in the year 2018 to the executive. And they came up with a very detailed report on what this country needs to do when it comes to forest resource management, and particularly, or more specifically, issues of logging in our forests. Madam Speaker, it needs to be made clear to this nation what became of the recommendations of that task force, because it came up with very good recommendations, particularly on transformation and reforms within the Kenya Forest Service. Madam Speaker, when KFS was established, there was a lot of expectation. We believed that it would follow the footsteps of Kenya Wildlife Service, which had played an important role during some period in ensuring that Kenya's wildlife resources were protected and that it was promoted to make Kenya an attraction for people who came for wildlife tourism. Kenya Forest Service has fallen short of the great expectations of this republic. When they're in the news for the wrong reasons. When they're in the news because the Director General has decided to open a cafe in Karura Forest, as if people who go to forest do not need to eat something. We need to get the right information and the right coverage and the proper brand for KFS, so that when we are talking about them, they are telling us what exactly they are doing to increase the current forest cover from the 7.4% to the 10%, which is the target. There are many forest reserves, there are many protected areas in this republic that are thinning out, that are balding, because there is no deliberate effort to I think it's called reforestation, to reforest them. And this was a duty that we had given to KFS. Madam Speaker, sometimes we might need to learn from past and the present. Just a few minutes ago, Senator for Mombasa and I were having a conversation around the issue of the Kenya Fisheries Service, another body that we created as Parliament, and we created it believing that it would do what Kenya Wildlife Service has done to wildlife and what Kenya Forestry Service is supposed to do to forest resources. And interestingly, Madam Speaker, you have Kenya Fisheries Service that is supposed to look at Kenya's fisheries resources, which is domiciled in Lake Victoria and the Indian Ocean and in Turkana. And the headquarters of Kenya Fisheries Service is in Nairobi. To be more precise, I'm told it's going to be built in South Sea. And you wonder what kind of fishing activity goes on in South Sea in Nairobi. You have the Kenya Fish Marketing Authority. Again, instead of promoting the trade in fish and its derivatives, for it to be placed in a strategic location like the lake, the ocean, or Lake Turkana up north, again, you're told the headquarters shall be Nairobi. I don't know where I believe the headquarters of KFS is also in Nairobi at Karura Forest. But Madam Speaker, I would be happier if we took KFS to Mau Forest so that it sits there and it protects Kenya's greatest water tower. Issues of Mau Forest are not issues that should be militarized when we have a Kenya Forest Service. If these are forests, if these are gazetted forests, where is a Kenya Forest Service? Why should it be Natembeya to speak every day? Why should we be seeing military dealing with children in this forest? What is it that we are appropriating money to KFS for? Madam Speaker, I don't want this debate to be about the state of KFS, because cleverly, Senator Kibiru must have considered all those things. It would have been easier to move a motion that would compel KFS to do certain things to increase tree cover. But he has decided to think out of the box, and he has seen a golden opportunity in infrastructure projects. And I think that this is a quick win. This is an issue which, if the House resolves today, should be conveyed to the relevant ministries in charge of infrastructure, and this is something that should be implemented almost immediately. It will beautify this country, it will increase our forest cover, it will clean the air, it will purify our drives. It will be a pleasure driving from point A to point B when you know that you are driving through a proper tree-lined boulevard. Madam Speaker, allow me to address myself to the issue of implementation of motions of this House. And in the past, we have appeared to be helpless. We have passed so many motions. Indeed, next time when we are meeting as a liaison committee, I will, God willing, request that we have a tracker of motions so that we know the state of implementation. When we kill the implementation committee, ideally this motion ought to have gone to the implementation committee, who then would update the House or would track the implementation of the recommendations of this House. Now, in this case, probably this matter will be forwarded to the Departmental Committee on Lands. And my good friend and senior, the chair of Lands, was here. He seems not to be aware of the debate that is going on. And he will now start wondering, where do we start with implementation of this particular matter? The Public Audit Act already has a provision that upon the resolution of Parliament or a county assembly on any matter, the relevant accounting officers have 3 months to implement the recommendations of Parliament, failure to which Parliament has been given certain options to deal with the errant accounting officers. Madam Speaker, I want this House to have confidence in itself. I want this House to invoke the provisions of the law in as far as implementation of motions is concerned. I want this House to call the accounting officers who for a long time have ignored motions and recommendations of this House. Madam Speaker, it does not mean that all our motions and recommendations must be implemented in the manner in which we have passed them. I will give you an example coming from the county assemblies, because this House also has a responsibility to help strengthen our county assemblies. Last week when we went to Kwale County, we found that the Kwale County Public Accounts Committee had recommended the winding up of Kwale Water and Sewerage Company. Madam Speaker, upon consideration, it was found that that was not going to be the best option for the residents of Kwale. The challenge to the executive was, you must report back to the assembly and tell them why that recommendation cannot be implemented. And so if the executive will feel that this motion by Senator Kibiru is unimplementable, then it is the duty of the executive within 3 months of the adoption of this motion to come back to Parliament and tell us why they cannot recommend it. But otherwise, Madam Speaker, I see no reason why this motion should not be implemented. I see no reason why anyone would say that it is a bad idea not to plant trees. If we have all these ugly billboards lining our infrastructure projects, we have all these big billboards that are distracting us, billboards that are making some people think that now they can become politicians because they've appeared on billboards on roadsides. Madam Speaker, there's no harm having trees in place of those billboards, and I'm glad that Senator Mutula Kilonzo had brought an outdoor advertising bill in the last Parliament. I believe it was sponsored by another member in this Parliament. Let us pass that outdoor advertising bill so that we regulate also how the utilization of road furniture or roadside furniture, but within that roadside furniture, trees must be an essential component along our infrastructure projects. Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable Senators, I now propose the question that, aware of the numerous benefits that trees play in environmental conservation, combating climate change, air and water purification, carbon sequestration, flood control, prevention of soil erosion, human and wildlife sustenance, urban planning, as well as other social and economic benefits. Noting that Kenya has and continues to implement various infrastructure projects across the country, among them railways, roads, highways, airports, sea and inland ports, pipelines, dams, among others, concerned by the extent of environmental degradation that takes place when undertaking such infrastructure projects, entailing clearance of trees, foliage, soils, rocks, excavations of quarries, interference with forests, wetlands, rivers, drainage systems, and other embankments, as well as human wildlife displacement along the paths of the infrastructure projects, acknowledging that the Environmental Management and Coordination Act number 8 of 1999 and the guidelines issued thereon require an environmental audit to be undertaken before any infrastructure projects are undertaken, with a view to identifying potential environmental impacts for the proposed projects, assessing the significance of those impacts, and proposing mitigation measures to address the negative impacts of the said projects on the environment, Concerned, however, that the implementation of these provisions has failed to take place during construction of these infrastructure projects, and that the mitigation measures undertaken thereon have failed to compensate for the damage done to the environment, as well as the negative effects to human and wildlife population along the infrastructure projects paths. Aware that the national government has launched an ambitious plan to plant 1.8 billion trees by the year 2022, with a view to enhancing the country's trees cover from 6.2% to the global acceptance minimum of 10%, and that this entails, among others, planting at least 1 million trees annually in each of the 47 counties. Underscoring the need to balance between development and sustainable environmental management for the benefit of present and future generations, as enshrined in the preamble to the Constitution of Kenya, noting that planting of trees, buffers alongside and around major infrastructure projects in the country would help offset the carbon footprints of these projects, enhance the beauty and aesthetic of the projects, create safe space for human recreation and for wildlife to thrive, and help in meeting the target of 10% national tree cover by year 2022. Now, therefore, the Senate resolves that the national government, together with the county governments, formulate a policy mandating the planting of trees alongside and around all major infrastructure projects across the country, setting out the roles of various actors at both the national and county levels, and outlining incentives and penalties to ensure that the policy is complied with in ensuring and a balance, outlining incentives and penalties to ensure that the policy is complied with in ensuring a balance is attained between development and environmental conservation. Senator Ali Abdullahi Ibrahim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to support the motion. Looks like many of us don't realize the importance of this motion, but to many Kenyans, planting of trees is a lifeline for survival. If you go to the so-called dry areas, you will be surprised you can move for kilometers and miles without seeing even a single tree. But when people plant one tree or some trees along the roads, it makes a lot of difference. In certain areas, like where I come from, which is on the Ethiopian border, we have hills and very big hills which used to have a lot of trees before and used to have a lot of water. Nowadays, because the trees are being cut by residents and they use it for domestic purposes, and there's no planting of those trees, every place the water has dried up. Even we used to have shallow wells and all those things, and even streams, small streams moving around, but now you have nothing. Even the shallow wells are drying up. This is because of course, climate change, but also because of lack of trees. I support this motion, not only that the infrastructure, mainly people talk about along the roads, but it should be when we were in school. I remember as Senator Kiburi said, we used to plant trees, and everybody used to come with, with a jerrycan of water to make sure that your tree grows. And when you see those schools now, in even those areas, you will be surprised the number of trees which are there. But of late, nobody really bothers with those things, and sometimes even they go to the extent of cutting those trees. And it's a shame, sincerely. You remember we used to have some things called 4K Club, and you do some sort of small agriculture and plant trees and all those things. Madam Speaker, this should not only be the infrastructures like the ports, and the roads mainly, but the schools, hospitals, and all other government facilities, and even homes. In certain places, even here in Nairobi, sometimes if you want to cut a tree, you have to tell the city government or city council as it used to be. But nobody really bothers nowadays. You just get a saw whatever, and cut off trees the way you want, do whatever they want. Nairobi used to be very beautiful before, but now you can see what's happening. And instead of having trees on the highways, we have funny grasses and flowers which disappear when the rains stop, and because they are not taken care of. Madam Speaker, there are some, if you go to all other places in this world, especially Western Europe or America or whatever, you will see trees everywhere. Trees across houses. You don't even see the house. You see trees everywhere. And you get surprised. These people have cut their trees before, but they've realized the importance of trees now. For us, we are cutting off everything, and we are desertifying the whole areas, areas which were forested before with a lot of tree cover. You'll be surprised the way it is. If you go, as he was mentioning, this road of Nanyuki, Nyeri, you see trees are being cleared. Nowadays, because before it was empty, but now because people have gotten plots, they are planting trees, it makes a lot of difference. When you compare that road with the road of Embu, Meru, you'll be surprised. So one side of Mount Kenya has a lot of trees, while the other side is literally bare. And even the rainfall changes are the same. There are areas even where airports, I think there's one I saw in Finland where the capital city, Copenhagen, was it Copenhagen? No. Finland, where it's surrounded by trees. You don't see even the airport. When you are landing is when you realize that there's an airport here everywhere, and that helps with the emissions. Here, when you are around here, if you're in Molongo, you can't even sleep at night because of the noise. You can see the airport from miles away. You see the way the place is, but if trees were planted, the Jomo Kenyatta Airport, Wilson Airport will make a big difference, and the local community will have enjoyed those trees and everything, Madam Speaker. So I think it's very important. It will help remove the smoke, the noise, and all those things. When I come to the issue of Mau, we all know what's happening there. Mau used to be a very good, beautiful place, and all the surroundings, you know what's happening to Mara, the Mara River. Things are drying up. Before, people used to come and enjoy the migration. Nowadays, there's nothing even to enjoy because there's no water. When there are a lot of wildebeest and zebras crossing the river and the crocodiles are doing its job, people used to enjoy it. But now what is there? There's no water, totally. So they just went through. And we don't get the resources we used to get. When you go to the other side, or even the small streams, I remember a friend who is somewhere in Eldaba Ravine, was telling me before they used to have rivers and streams moving. Of late, things have gone down. Last time, when, was it 2009 or 2010, when it was stopped somehow, evictions were done, but things did not go that way. We know the problem which is there. There's a lot of politics. Of course, if evictions have to be done, it has to have a human face. But I think this country is more important than some few people. Those people can be resettled somewhere because there's a lot of land. People have a lot of land in Naivasha and everywhere. The government can buy for them. But if it's not only about now forestry, as Honorable Kajwang was saying, the KEFRI, Kenya Forest Service, they are everywhere, but they don't do nothing. When people are cutting trees, even in other areas where there are no forests, they don't do much. So I think it's very important that this motion is passed and it's followed through so that at least it be effective or later. Madam Speaker, when you go, we cut trees, yes. We use it for domestic use, yes. But if people are taught from childhood that you cut a tree, you plant another one, or you plant two, then things will change. Possibly, you remember last time they had another motion here trying to remove the ban on logging. But I will have appreciated if that one continues, and even trees, to stop cutting of trees to make other issues. We ban the whole of cutting of trees and encourage or zero rate timber importation of timber or timber products, so that Kenyans can import timber and timber products from areas where it's cheap for a limited time, for 5 years, let's say, that you cannot use any tree in Kenya for that 5 years for purposes of using for timber or making tables or making whatever else that you use it for, so that we are able to recover our forest cover. Madam Speaker, with those few remarks, I'll say I support the motion. Thank you.
Senator Lokorio Petronila Were.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this motion by the worthy Senator of Kirinyaga, Senator Kibiru. Madam Speaker, the value of trees cannot be underrated. I remember when we were in primary school, there was a lot of talk about planting trees, especially by the former president, Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi. And we even had poems we recited in schools, even for music festivals, for to plant trees. We learned that trees are water catchment areas. They provide timber and furniture. They are good for medicine and food, especially fruits, as outlined in this motion. Madam Speaker, I remember I was one of those people who did that poem in primary school all the way to national level. And therefore, I've never forgotten that trees are important. But Madam Speaker, development is also important. And we are reminded that we need to have sustainable development. Now we are implementing something called Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, that have been expounded from the Millennium Development Goals. We also have the Action 2063 by the African Union that has environmental protection as one of the things that they must achieve by 2063. Madam Speaker, but every time we have any infrastructure development in this country, there's a lot of environmental degradation. Trees are cut down, soils are excavated, and therefore there is movement. There is removal of stumps of trees, cutting down of trees, and all other forms of degradation, Madam Speaker. And all we're asking in this motion, Madam Speaker, is that these be restored once the project is done. The environment needs to be restored better than they found it before the development was pushed. Madam Speaker, there's also a policy now to have 10% of national forest cover by 2020. How are we going to achieve this if, as we develop the country, we are also cutting down trees? I've said elsewhere that to achieve this 10%, we need to start forcing through some policy or government measures, administratively force any landowner to have 10% of their land be under tree cover. Whichever small size you have, 10% of that land should be under tree cover for us to achieve this by 2020. Otherwise, it will just be mere talk. I would also love to join my colleagues in urging that this motion should find a way to be implemented. Motions have the misfortune of being in motion, just moving. They don't find settlement anywhere. I would like that this motion be taken to the relevant authorities to have it implemented fully, and that the sponsor of this motion, Senator Kibiru, be allowed to make follow-ups like we have done in other motions to ensure that whatever we have debated here, agreed and passed is implemented by the executive. Madam Speaker, I know the danger of this cutting down of trees by our developers, especially on the Nakuru-Nairobi highway. As you enter Nakuru town from Nairobi, when they were expanding that road, they cut down a number of trees that had been there for so long. And it is very disheartening. The developers must be made to replant those trees if they indeed have to cut them down. Madam Speaker, in English, there's even a word for a road that has trees on either side. It's called a boulevard. There must be some beauty. Even the word boulevard sounds very beautiful. There must be some beauty, some aesthetics with having trees aligned alongside our roads. As you enter a town, as you enter anywhere and you see roads, you get encouraged. Even when you feel like throwing litter in that town, you will think twice, because the entry to that town has announced what is important to that town, and that is environmental protection. So, Madam Speaker, I support this bill, this motion, and urge that we go beyond just passing it and see that it is fully implemented. And with those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I support.
Senator Munyihaji Mohamed Faki.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii ya kuchangia azimio la upanzi wa miti ambao limeletwa katika Senate na Mheshimiwa Senator Kibiru, Senator Gatuzi la Kirinyaga. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwanza ningependa kumpongeza Senator Kibiru kwa fikra zake kuleta azimio kama hili, kwa sababu kwa sasa kuna umuhimu mkubwa wa kupanda miti na kuboresha na kurudisha mazingira kwa sababu ya changamoto za ongezeko la joto ulimwenguni, yani global warming. Mheshimiwa Spika, majuzi kulitokea kimbunga kule Bahamas, nchi ya Bahamas, Amerika Kusini, na sababu kubwa ilisemekana kwamba ni tatizo la ongezeko la joto ulimwenguni. Kwa hivyo upanzi wa miti utasaidia pakubwa kupambana na tatizo la ongezeko la joto ulimwenguni, na vile vile pia kurudisha na kuboresha mazingira ambayo tunaishi nayo katika wakati wa sasa. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa muda mrefu sasa miti mingi ya kiasili imeweza kukatwa kiolela ili watu waweze kupata sehemu za ukulima na vile vile kupata makaa na pia kupata mbao ambazo zinatumika kutengeneza vitu tofauti tofauti. Lakini hakuja kuwa na mradi wowote, Mheshimiwa Spika, ambao unatarajiwa kurejesha mazingira kama ilivyokuwa zamani. Wakati wa Rais mstaafu Daniel Arap Moi alipokuwa ni rais, alikuwa na siku maalum ambayo kila mwaka ilikuwa inaadhimishwa ya upanzi wa miti katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Lakini kwa sasa kutoka atoke mamlakani hakuja kuwa na harakati zozote za kuhakikisha kwamba miti inapandwa katika jamhuri yetu ya Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, vile vile pia katika vyombo vya habari majuzi kulikuwa na mjadala mkubwa kuhusiana na uchomaji wa misitu katika eneo la Amazon kule Amerika Kusini, Brazil, hususan Brazil. Mheshimiwa Spika, iko juhudi kubwa hivi sasa ambayo inafanywa na nchi za kimataifa ili kuhakikisha kwamba mazingira katika Amazon yanarejeshwa, kuhakikisha kuwa wanyama na vile vile miti inaendelea kukua na kusaidia pakubwa kupunguza joto ulimwenguni. Mheshimiwa Spika, miradi mingi inayofanywa katika jamhuri yetu ya Kenya, iwe ni ya barabara, iwe ni ya ujenzi wa majumba, yote inahitilafiana na mazingira yalivyo wakati miradi inapoanza. Na vile vile hakuna njia yoyote ambayo inafanywa kwa sasa kisheria ambayo inahakikisha kwamba yale mazingira yarejeshwe kama vile yalivyokuwa kabla ya mradi kuanza. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, azimio hili litasaidia pakubwa kulazimisha wanakandarasi kuhakikisha kwamba mazingira wameyarejesha kama walivyoyapata kabla ya kuanza kwa mradi ule. Mheshimiwa Spika, vile vile mradi huu azimio hili litasaidia pia kupunguza ukosefu wa kazi kwa vijana na kina mama, kwa sababu itawezekana kwamba watapata fursa ya kutengeneza nasari za miti na vile vile pia watapewa kazi ya kupanda miti katika ile miradi ambayo inafanywa na wanakandarasi katika maeneo tofauti tofauti. Mheshimiwa Spika, tumeona kwamba katika miji kama vile Mombasa hakuna misitu mikubwa isipokuwa ni misitu ya mikoko, yani mangrove forest. Na hii pia imeingiliwa na kukatwa kiolela kwa sababu ya changamoto za sehemu ya kuishi na vile vile pia miti ambayo inatumika kama kuni na vile vile inatumika katika ujenzi wa majumba. Mheshimiwa Spika, swala kama hili likifanyika, kwa mfano kwa sasa kuna mradi wa bandari ya Mombasa ya kujenga container terminal 3, na utakapokamilika ule mradi itakuwa ni sehemu kubwa ambayo utaona ni kama jangwa, lakini ikiwa watalazimishwa kupanda mikoko katika sehemu ile, itaboresha mazingira yale na itaisaidia pakubwa kusafisha hewa ambayo hewa ile inatumika katika mji wa Mombasa na viunga vyake, ili wananchi wanawezekana kupata hewa safi. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, mradi huu umekuja katika wakati mwafaka na itakuwa bora wale ambao watahusishwa na kutekeleza wahakikishe kwamba wanakandarasi wote wanalazimishwa kupanda miti ili mazingira yetu yaweze kuwa bora. Mheshimiwa Spika, kila sehemu ya nchi kwa sasa kuna mradi fulani ambao unafanyika wa serikali, na mradi ule kama itakuwa ni lazima mwenekandarasi apande miti wakati anamaliza ule mradi, ina maana kwamba kila sehemu ya nchi yetu tutaongeza eneo ambalo lina misitu na vile vile pia miti mizuri ambayo tumeweza kuipoteza itaweza kurejea katika jamii yetu, na itakuwa ni funzo kwa vijana wetu ambao tunatarajia kwamba watarithi yale mazingira ambayo tunakaa nao kwa sasa. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa kumalizia, nilikuwa ningependa kuchangia swala la dora. Ningependa kusema kwamba Waswahili wanasema heri nusu ya shari kuliko shari kamili. Nusu ya shari ni kwamba tumeweza kukubaliana kwamba kaunti zipewe dola bilioni 316.5. Shari kamili ni kwamba tulikuwa tuko katika mazingira ambayo wafanyakazi wengi wa kaunti nchini kote walikuwa hawapati mishahara kwa wakati. Kwa hivyo tumeweza kama Senate kukubali na kuzingatia kwamba wananchi wengi wanapata shida, wengine wameshindwa kupeleka wanafunzi katika muhula wa 3 wa shule ambao umeanza wiki iliyokwisha, na vile vile wengine wameshindwa mpaka kupata ruzuku kwa sababu ya ukosefu wa mishahara kwa wakati. Kwa hivyo kwa kupatisha mapendekezo ya kamati ya uwiano, sisi kama Senate tumeweza kutoa mchango wetu mkubwa kuhakikisha kwamba ugatuzi unaendelea kukua katika nchi yetu. Ningependa mheshimiwa kusema kwamba ingekuwa bora zaidi kwamba ile bilioni 9 ambayo tulikuwa tumesema iondolewe katika medical equipment scheme iongezewe katika ile bilioni 316.5 ili tuweze kupata bilioni 325 zote kwenye kaunti zetu, lakini haikuwezekana. Na nafikiri askari mzuri ni yule ambaye anaishi kupigana vita vingine kuliko kuuliwa katika vita. Mheshimiwa Spika, nakomea hapo na nashukuru kwa kunipa fursa hii. Asante.
Honorable Senators, I see that we don't have other requests on this motion, but I feel that Senator Kibiru, I feel this is a motion that needs to be addressed further by the rest of the senators, and therefore it would not be advisable for us to stop at this moment on that motion. I therefore proceed to defer it for further debate when it is put next in the order paper. Honorable Senators, with that, pursuant to Standing Order 31, I therefore move to adjourn the House. The House is therefore stands adjourned until tomorrow, Thursday, 12th September 2019 at 2:30 p.m.